Thank you so much. Chair Corsi, we're ready to begin.
Thank you, Marcy. I'll call this special meeting to order. Special meeting of the Board of Directors of Sonoma Water for February 27th, 2023. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I will ask the General Manager to lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Grant. And welcome to Sonoma Water. Thanks for bringing the water with you.
He's got it all on him.
He's all wet.
We'll squeeze him out and put him back in the reservoir.
Yeah. Before we get underway, with the meat of the meeting, we'll do a roll call. Could you lead us with that, Marcy?
Certainly. Director Gorin?
Present.
Director Rabbit?
Here.
Director Gore?
Here.
Director Hopkins?
Present.
Chair Corsi?
Here.
General Manager Grant Davis?
Here.
County Council Bob Pittman?
Here.
Thank you, Marcy. And Julie, would you make the Spanish translation announcement for our public that speaks Spanish?
Muy buenos días, bienvenidos a la reunión especial de la Junta Directiva de los Supervisores del Condado de Sonoma del 27 de febrero. Esta reunión se interpreta simultáneamente al español. Si desea escuchar en español, por favor dele clic al icono del globo que se encuentra al pie de la página de su pantalla de Zoom y elija su idioma español. Muchas gracias. Back to you, Supervisor Corsi.
Gracias, Julie. All right, we have one item on our agenda today. It is Sonoma Water Day. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. We unanimously approve the agenda, and so I will say take it away.
Thank you, Chairman Corsi and members of the board. We have to start this wonderful day off, not with just the rainy weather, but with a video, and then we'll make some opening introduction remarks. So hopefully that's ready to go by Ann Dubé.
And if I can just request that the PowerPoint be shared through Zoom with sound so that we can see that on this end as well.
Between 1935 and 1945, a series of winter floods threatened lives and
Thank you. We can see and hear that in Zoom.
That was the trailer.
property and caused millions of dollars in damage throughout Sonoma County. As a result, the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors requested that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers study the Russian River Basin and develop a comprehensive flood control plan. In 1949, they recommended the construction of Coyote Valley Dam at Lake Mendocino, as well as numerous other flood control and water conservation reservoirs, including Warm Springs Dam at Lake Sonoma, a project that would be completed nearly 34 years later. To implement the plan, a local government sponsor was required to create an entity with the legal authority to enter into agreements with federal, state, and local governments. The Sonoma County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, now known as Sonoma Water, was established by the California Legislature as an independent special district with a governing board of directors made up of the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors. 2019 marks Sonoma Water's 70th anniversary of providing essential water supply, flood protection, and wastewater services to more than 600,000 North Bay residents. Managing 109 miles of water aqueduct pipeline, 8 wastewater treatment systems, and 75 miles of flood control channels, Sonoma Water has been fortunate to share its colorful history with a remarkable community. Thank you to our board of directors, water contractors, customers, community members, and the incredible staff who tirelessly work 365 days a year to ensure uninterrupted service for all who rely on us. Clean, essential, reliable, every day, Sonoma Water.
That's great. I'm still looking for a drone video, though. Got a little echo here, here. There you go. Testing, still echoing. Testing, all right. Before we continue here, I just want to let everyone know what the plan is for today. We'll have a number of presentations this morning, different aspects of Sonoma Water operations around the county. And at the end of the morning, before we break for lunch, we'll have a public comment session. And then we'll have lunch, come back for a shorter afternoon, and then have public comment at the end of the afternoon session as well. So thank you all for joining us, and I'll let Grant continue.
Well, thank you, Chair Coursey, members of the board, and County Council. I can't tell you how nice it is to see all of you out there in the chambers, folks that are interested and involved, and many of our staff that work in water and wastewater, energy, and flood control, and we're going to be talking about that today. I'm very proud to be up here with our board of directors, first time in this arrangement in my entire career, because, as you all know, the board of directors of the Sonoma County Water Agency share the distinction of also being the chair of the chair and the board of supervisors. It's a unique situation in California, and I maintain that it makes us capable of being nimble and innovative and effective at board direction. You all wear multiple hats, and we don't often get the chance to focus solely on water and our core functions, which you're going to be able to do today. So thank you for allowing that to happen. You know, this region and this state has been dealing with weather whiplash as a testament to this morning. 3 years running, we were in droughts that left our reservoirs at their lowest levels on record. And shortly thereafter, we got inundated by no less than 9 atmospheric rivers that hit our region and point south and filled up those reservoirs to a point where, as of this morning, I'm pleased to report that our 2 reservoirs, Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma, are currently under controlled releases by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And that has been a long time coming. If you can imagine, we haven't been able to have the water supply pool where it is today in both reservoirs to have that function. And as you know, we coordinate quite a bit with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. They're our partners. And we've had some exciting work with them that you'll hear about later today with forecast-informed reservoir operations that literally allow us to maintain more water in the flood control pools under their direction. So you'll hear one of our featured aspects of this underwater supply coming up is that there's 11,000 acre-feet of water in Lake Mendocino that we wouldn't have had otherwise as a result of working in coordination with our partners on the federal, state, and local level. And I want to thank the board for urging us to stay in that mode and highlighting that and making that something that can be replicated. But as of today, Lake Sonoma, the larger reservoir off of Dry Creek, has the potential now to hold up to 19,000 acre-feet of additional water supply. When you think about that, that is a total between the two reservoirs, about 30,000 acre-feet of water if things went according to Hoyle and perfectly this season. That is the equivalent of a reservoir. And when you think about something of that magnitude, we sell on order, we'll hear later today, between 40 to 45,000 acre-feet of water. So you're holding about the potential of 2/3 of additional water supply. And that should make folks, including our board and our community, more comfortable on the fact that we've managed properly, we've put innovation in place at the forefront, and it's our board that allows us to do that. So I'm eternally grateful for that. You're going to see, in addition, a discussion today about 4 different elements. First will be water supply, and we're going to have a short video to start that one off, as will each of these other sections. But the goal today is to engage in a dialogue and to be able to discuss with the board and staff what's on your mind, where you see our objectives and our goals, what we've been successful with, where our challenges are, where our opportunities lie. So that is what I believe today is allowing us to do. And again, I'm grateful that you're able to do that. We've got a lot of staff, presenters that are in the audience, and staff from Sonoma Water. Actually, our council as well, Bob's wonderful shop that keeps us on the straight and narrow. But in addition, we've got hard-working staff that are at other facilities watching by virtual broadcast, and in different facilities, being 404 Aviation, our administrative center, our operations center, at 204 Concourse, and even at 800 out where our field maintenance and stream maintenance crew and fisheries and mechanics reside. So they want to hear what our board has to say and be able to engage in this discussion as well. So that was the best way we could do it.
Can I interrupt for just a minute?
Yes.
I think that, we're all grateful that we've got rain today, that we've had rain this winter, and we can breathe a little easier because of that. And I know that you'll remind us that there's never a drop to waste, and that we still need to be vigilant about that. But I also want to acknowledge that the rain that we've had, the rain that we're getting today, has a lot of your people working really hard through the other end of the system. The sanitation districts get inundated at times like this. There's a lot of maintenance that needs to be done. There's a lot of deferred maintenance that I'm sure we're going to be talking about today. But just want to acknowledge the work of Sonoma Water and all of the people who are out there working today while we're talking about them. So let them know that we are grateful for their work.
Well, we sure will. I don't think I can state that any better. So I'm going to move quickly because, our staff are what make this possible. I want to let them be able to present this. Right before doing so, though, I just want to briefly let the board know that we've just completed, with your help, with our water contractors and our community, a strategic plan for the next 5 years. I'm just focusing in on 2 elements, but in the board packet, there were 6 different core functions and goals laid out that we can talk about later today, or folks can view online at sonomawater.org strategic plan. Our vision has been updated to ensure resilient water resources now and for future generations. And perhaps more importantly, our mission is actually to provide reliable water supply, wastewater management, and flood protection, essential services for a thriving community and a healthy environment. And again, as I've mentioned, you can go on our website at sonomawater.org/strategic plan for more detailed information on that. But in the interest of time, didn't want to go lay in and start off with a deep dive that way. I think that we're looking to be at the 30,000-foot level today. Every one of the board members has suggested such, so that's what we're going to do. So with that, without any further ado, I would like to introduce to you our Assistant General Manager for Operations, Pam Jean, and Kent Gilfie, our Director of Engineering, who will be going over the nuts and bolts of our water supply. And with them is Jake Spalding in our finance division, who's been out there on the front lines along with Lynn Roselli, working with our water contractors about what it's taking to support this operation and to continue to provide the services that you're going to hear about today. So with that, Pam, take it away.
Good morning. Thank you, Grant, and thank you for having us here this morning. We're going to start off with a video, which hopefully Ann will get started here. And then after that, Kent Gilfie and I will be covering our water supply and water transmission system for the day. I'll be covering the water supply mission portion of it, and Kent will be covering the water transmission system portion.
The Russian River, located in Northern California, begins in Mendocino County, flows for 110 miles southward through Sonoma County and west to the Pacific Ocean. Shaped by natural drainage divides, the watershed collects and channels rainfall into groundwater and to hundreds of streams and creeks that flow to the river. These are called tributaries. The watershed consists of about 1 million acres of surrounding coastal mountains, valleys, fields, and forests. Historically, the river's course moved back and forth across its floodplain. The region's dry summers sometimes reduced the river to a series of pools connected by a ribbon of water. Wet winters swelled the river, and floodwaters often overflowed its banks. With the growth of communities and agriculture, people tried to stabilize the river channel and manage it for flooding, drought, and human needs. In the early 1900s, north of the Russian River, the Potter Valley Project was built to make electricity. It diverted water from the Eel River through a 1-mile tunnel under the mountain that divides the Eel and Russian River watersheds to a hydroelectric plant in the Russian River watershed. Water from the hydroelectric plant flowed into the Russian River's East Fork, altering the natural inflows. In 1949, the California legislature created the Sonoma County Water Agency, known as Sonoma Water, to provide water supply services and flood protection for Sonoma County. In 1959, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers completed Coyote Valley Dam across the East Fork, forming Lake Mendocino. Water from the Potter Valley Project flows into the lake. In 1983, the Corps completed Warm Springs Dam across Dry Creek, forming Lake Sonoma. Both dams provide flood control and regional water supply benefits.
Water released from the reservoirs is pumped by 6 collector wells adjacent to the Russian River near Forestville, treated and then distributed to cities and water districts in Sonoma and Marin counties, which serve more than 600,000 people. The oldest collector wells were constructed in the late 1950s, and the newest was completed in 2006. The wells vary in size, with the largest having an 18-foot diameter concrete caisson or pipe, which extends about 80 feet below the streambed. Perforated pipes ranging from 8 to 18 inches in diameter extend from the bottom of each caisson like the spokes of a bicycle wheel. When large pumps on the collector wells are turned on, water is drawn through gravel and sand into the lateral pipes and then into the caisson. This naturally filtered water is treated with chlorine as required by drinking water standards, and the pH is adjusted. In addition to the river collector wells, Sonoma Water operates 3 groundwater wells in the Santa Rosa Plain. These wells were constructed in 1977 as a drought relief measure. The wells are currently being upgraded to comply with current drinking water standards. Sonoma Water's 88-mile aqueduct system delivers water to cities and water districts. Aqueducts are large underground pipelines ranging in size from 16 to 54 inches in diameter. The vast majority of aqueducts are between 45 and 65 years old. 18 steel tanks with capacity to store 129 million gallons of water are located throughout the system. These tanks provide daily operational and short-term emergency storage and are critical during hot spells when water demands increase. The aqueduct and storage system is designed to take advantage of gravity to reduce the cost and energy of moving water. However, 7 booster stations with large pumps are needed to move water over hills and to maintain flow and pressure within the pipelines. Most of the water transmission system was paid for by customer revenues through a series of board-approved bonds issued between 1955 and the mid-1970s, totaling $123.5 million. Today, it would cost billions of dollars to build this system, highlighting the importance of investing in infrastructure maintenance and repairs.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to start off again, as I said, with our water supply mission. Perhaps one of the biggest challenges we have and will continue to face from a water supply perspective is swings in water availability year to year. Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma are both very much impacted by extreme weather. And as shown in the video, Lake Mendocino can be greatly impacted by PG&E's Potter Valley project. I'll speak on that a little bit later. So Grant already provided a pretty good update on our water supply, but I'll just remind you, looking at this slide, that's Lake Mendocino on the left in October of 2021, Lake Mendocino on the right in January. So what a difference some rain makes. Lake Mendocino was down to 11% of its water supply pool in October of 2021. Lake Sonoma was at the lowest we'd ever seen it since it first filled in the 80s in January or in December of 2022. As Grant said earlier, both reservoirs are holding water in their flood control pools today, thanks to forecast-informed operations, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Despite our challenges, we have had much success. Our community members should be very proud of the conservation they have achieved. We have and continue to see the amount of water used per person go down. The trend that you see on this graph in the orange line started long before this last drought. Other successes we have had while negotiating our water supply challenges during the last few years of drought include, first, managing the limited water we had in our reservoirs by obtaining temporary urgency change orders from the State Water Resources Control Board. Second, managing flow releases very tightly and not releasing any extra water than was needed. This amount of attention and care provided by Sonoma Water operators was stellar and an important component to manage our limited water supplies. Third, we put one of our 3 Santa Rosa Plain wells that was discussed in the video back into service in 2021. Fourth, we developed a regional resiliency study to look at systems and sources to be better prepared for water supply challenges we know we'll experience in the future. And lastly, forecast-informed reservoir operations, or FIRO, I'll refer to it as. You've heard a lot about FIRO over the years, so I'm not going to dive in very deeply here. But we're currently operating under a 5-year deviation, major deviation at Lake Mendocino, and a minor deviation at Lake Sonoma that allows us to store that extra water that Grant talked about. This slide illustrates how FIRO works at Lake Mendocino. The blue solid line represents water storage levels experienced in the last few years. If you notice, the blue line encroaches into the blue shaded area on the left-hand portion of the slide. That blue shaded area is the FIRO pool, a space in the reservoir that we don't normally have access to, but we do under FIRO. Without being able to store this extra water, Lake Mendocino may have gone dry in 2021. This example demonstrates how FIRO allowed us to use the infrastructure we already have more effectively and is key to managing our water supply during droughts. Reservoir management using FIRO will continue to be important for both water supply and for flood management in the future. Another area of challenge and some success for our water supply mission relates to PG&E's Potter Valley project that was described in the video. The continued operation of the Potter Valley project is uncertain, and in July of 2022, PG&E's plan and schedule for surrendering its operational license was approved. The loss of this historically important source of water to the Russian River watershed and the lack of knowledge regarding the eventual disposition of the project has led to several initiatives being undertaken by interested parties. One of these is being led by Sonoma Water, utilizing Department of Water Resources grant monies. This grant funding will support establishing a Russian River Water Forum, conducting a diversion facility assessment, and developing concepts for water supply reliability projects in the Russian River Basin. The vision for the Water Forum is ambitious as we attempt to develop a place for interested parties to collaborate on planning for sustainable regional water supply solutions. Sonoma Water has recently applied for a $2 million grant to support the forum, and we're hoping that the local match will be funded through the Sonoma County Water Security Fund, Mendocino County, interested parties, and other Russian River water users. The last area of challenge and success is the Russian River biological opinion. The biological opinion was developed through consultation with Sonoma Water, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, our sister agency, the Flood Control District in Mendocino County, National Marine Fisheries Service, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The consultation is a regulatory process that requires a tremendous amount of coordination with resource agencies, but only covers Sonoma Waters and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers operations that could impact Russian River fish protected by the Endangered Species Act. The current biological opinion has been in place since 2008 and expires in September of this year. A biological assessment that will lead to our next biological opinion is currently being prepared. In the biological assessment, we are proposing to continue the good work that has been completed under the current biological opinion, but we will not know the content and requirements of the next biological opinion until it is issued. Several projects have been completed under the current biological opinion, including the fish screen replacement project at Mirabel Inflatable Dam, which is pictured in this slide. Several other projects are still underway. I'll be talking about 3 of them this morning. The first project is the Dry Creek Habitat Enhancement Project. This is a very successful habitat enhancement project. The slide above shows a portion of Dry Creek on the left prior to enhancement and on the right after enhancement. To date, more than 3.5 linear miles of enhancement work have been completed by Sonoma Water and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Projects will continue to be constructed by the Corps over the next several years to meet the requirements under the biological opinion. One of the biggest challenges with this project is right-of-way, since the vast majority of the land along Dry Creek is privately owned. We could not have completed the required enhancement work without the collaboration and cooperation of dozens of landowners along Dry Creek. The second project I'll highlight is the Russian River Estuary Management Project. Sonoma Water has not been successful in managing the barrier beach to create a lagoon in the way the current biological opinion envisioned, but we have learned a lot during the project implementation regarding juvenile steelhead rearing conditions in the estuary. Also, since 2009, we have collected baseline data on the biological and physical processes occurring in the estuary. This data collection is helping to inform our understanding of estuary conditions, flood risk, and habitat enhancement opportunities. The Estuary Management Project has also benefited from federal grants allowing for work to be conducted on water quality and sea level rise. We expect that work in the estuary will continue into the next biological opinion. The last challenging project I will cover is from the biological opinion is the Fish Habitat Flows and Water Rights Project. We refer to it as the Fish Flow Project. This slide shows the current estimated timeline for the project. It includes multiple components to modify and modernize Sonoma Water's water rights. Several factors have hindered completion of the environmental impact report for the project, including the recent severe drought and uncertain future of the Potter Valley project. As a result, Sonoma Water is proposing an interim 7-year change to its water rights permits in order to modify the hydrologic index to ensure the index aligns with actual watershed conditions in the Russian River watershed instead of the Eel River watershed. If approved, this interim change would limit the need for further temporary urgency change petitions until completion of the fish flow EIR. I want to emphasize the proposed interim change will address the current issue with the hydrologic index only and will not include the other components of the fish flow project, including changes in in-stream flow requirements. We are planning a public meeting within the next few months for interested parties to learn more about the proposed interim change. And now I'll turn the presentation over to Kent.
Thanks, Pam. Good morning, and we'll transition the discussion now to the water transmission system infrastructure, which is predominantly comprised of the pumping and piping and storage facilities that were described in the video and which stretch from our diversion and production facilities in the Wooler Mirabel area along the river to the southern extremities of our aqueduct system in the Petaluma and Sonoma areas. As a long-standing success to report, the water transmission system was designed, built, and has been maintained to be a relatively robust system. The aqueducts are mortar-lined and steel pipes. Storage facilities are welded steel tanks, and the system has served as a very reliable water supply through the years and for decades. However, as was mentioned, a majority of those facilities are now 45 to 65 years old, having expended much of their useful life. Just as an example, this graphic up here depicts a sampling of some of those assets, representing a recent assessment of about 1,000 individual infrastructure assets at our Wooler Mirabel facilities. I'll just point out on the graphic on the right, excuse me, that a significant portion of the infrastructure assets, roughly 40% of them, fall in that lowest category of their remaining useful life, somewhere assessed to be somewhere in their 10 to 20% of remaining useful life. And almost all of the assets, roughly 85%, were assessed to have less than half of their remaining useful life. So there's little new infrastructure out of this facility. And correspondingly, that graphic on the left shows that the largest portion of these same assets are identified as being in Category 5, or the worst category for their probability of failure. So not too different than owning an aging car. Maintenance needs increase with age. And while we do implement an ongoing preventative maintenance program for the water transmission system, corrective maintenance efforts have increased. And among a broad range of annual maintenance activities, a couple of current notable efforts and needs I would highlight include a 10-year, $88 million tank maintenance, recoding, and rehabilitation program, as well as a multi-phase cathodic protection system renewal program to protect our aqueducts against corrosion. And as with that aging car, increases in unforeseen repairs or system failures also occur with an aging system. We've certainly seen a noticeable uptick in urgent and emergency repairs in recent years. In addition to posing significant threat to Sonoma Water's ability to reliably supply water, these events also create significant disruption, often for weeks, sometimes months, in both financial and staff resource dedication to other daily operations and planned activities. In addition to the effects of age, the water transmission system is also vulnerable to an array of natural hazards, particularly flood, fire, and earthquakes, with earthquakes viewed as the single greatest threat to cause extensive damage and service disruption. On the success side, we've completed several key mitigation projects in recent years to reduce seismic risk, and we've been able to secure and utilize approximately $10 million in FEMA grants to fund some of those completed projects. The photo on the right is just a deep pipe installation that we recently completed for our Russian River crossing seismic retrofit. But notwithstanding those efforts, there remain significant vulnerabilities to address. For example, that graphic on the left depicts some zones of liquefaction. Our water transmission system's laid out over these zones of liquefaction where soil conditions could liquefy during a major event. That pose significant risk to the aqueducts that traverse those zones. Significant portions of the aqueducts of the water transmission system lie within the zones of very high to moderate liquefaction risk. Stream crossings and facilities that are located adjacent to streams have particularly elevated vulnerability, and we're continuing to evaluate these risks and identify strategic approaches to limit those risks to the extent practical. In our efforts to responsibly manage these infrastructure assets, we are in the midst of implementing a multi-phased effort to implement a more formalized asset management program. The program will enhance a data-driven basis of assessing system performance and risk to aid us in establishing appropriately prioritized investments in infrastructure maintenance and renewal. As recently as last month, the board approved acquisition of a new computer maintenance management system platform that will support our asset management program and better enable us to manage our maintenance activities, track our system performance relative to our service goals, integrate data systems, and assess our business risks associated with asset vulnerabilities and consequences of failure. We are currently in the early stages of Phase 3 of our asset management plan implementation as we are continuing to conduct condition assessments and moving toward full implementation. So this is the current fiscal year water transmission budget. It shows that more than half of the spending is on spent on day-to-day operations and maintenance, followed by nearly equal amounts spent between capital projects and a combination of compliance with our biological opinion and water supply planning and conservation programs, including our water education. And the remainder is spent on debt service. And this is the draft proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year. At around $68 million, it's about $4 million smaller than the current year budget. However, because it's based on a calculation written into our restructured agreement with our water contractors, the per acre foot charge goes up because the calculation assumes we will be selling 8.6% less water this year. And based on this budget, the rates would increase by about 10.5% to around $1,173 per acre foot. This budget is based on increasing the amount spent on operations and maintenance to begin making inroads on the challenges we've been discussing, including the tank rehabilitation program. We'll be coming back to the board in April for a complete budget discussion, and the numbers could change by then, but we hope that this provides some context for why there is concern about cutting more than $2.4 million that we've already eliminated from the proposed budget. And that completes our presentation of the water supply and transmission.
Great, thank you. A lot of information there. I whispered to Grant during the video, what's so complicated about all this? Yeah, I was being sarcastic. Want to turn to my colleagues on the board for any questions. Supervisor Gore.
Well, yeah. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to see you. It's a pleasure to see you in this in this situation. I love seeing Mr. Niehaus with a tie on. Personally, I think that's one of my highlights of the day so far. Outside of all jokes, I mean, you know, I just want to honor what the chair said first and foremost, which is, you know, we've never done this. And Grant, in your time that you've been here, but also, you know, for me, it's now, I think, my 9th year on this board, and it's a pleasure to see you all in this kind of a situation and not just wedged into an always tight agenda with other things. And so I think I'm going to echo the chair and also Grant and others and just say, you know, deeply thank you for your service and what you do in our community. And a lot of times this vital work is expected to be perfect. So you never hear kudos unless something fails, right? Unless something spills or if one of our retention ponds or a pipe or anything else, we are expected to be at the top of our game at all times with fresh water, abundant, cheap, and also taking care of everything else in the world. Because without water, there is no life here in Sonoma County. And so it is with deep appreciation that I thank you, as the chair does, for your work and your dedication and the time you've all spent to get us into the field over and over again to either, I think about, you know, with David seeing National Geographic with Chinook returning up in the top of Dry Creek, or as I say, Carlos and Mike and everybody like out there checking out crazy flood control or potential loss of infrastructure during a storm, and then obviously during the fires, you all making sure that we stay strong and resilient and expected to deliver all the water for all the firefighting at those times to maintain everything, and then prepare for climate change, which we are experiencing already. So whiplash, I think Grant called it. So I want to go into a couple things really. I want to start with the tail end, which is water supply and transportation, you know, infrastructure and our aging infrastructure. Would you mind pulling that slide back up again? And while you're doing it, I can, it's okay. If you can pull it up, thank you. But if not, we'll just jump to it. You talked about, Ken, you know, 40% of our infrastructure being at a 10 to 20% useful life, in it still remaining. And we're considered one of the kings of resiliency here in Sonoma County. One of the things that I really think about in setting this meeting, a couple different areas for us to look at. Obviously, forecast-informed reservoir operations, water supply, where we're at, what we're looking at, drought, flood, and all these other things. But I think the thing that's right in front of us is really this issue of infrastructure. It's one thing that's very difficult to address because especially when you sell less water, that means you make less money, and it doesn't mean that costs go down in terms of infrastructure in any ways. Quite the opposite, actually. Costs go up in these days. So I'm interested in just a little bit more on what we're experiencing, even at supply chain issues of increase in cost of doing business, because I know that a lot of this is going into potential discussions, and I'd be interested in my colleague too with the Water Advisory Council and our contractors, because my goal is to really get a good understanding and jump into it as what are the needs of the system, what do we need to do with our partners, which are the contractors throughout Sonoma County and Northern Marin, and what's our strategy to have this be a call in for resiliency as opposed to a fight as we've seen in the past, because from what I'm saying, we need a generational investment in infrastructure. And that is difficult because it means increased costs at a time that we're trying to pursue continued conservation. And how do we do that in a way that's transparent, open, and respectful? So I'm just going to open that up. Grant, I don't know if you have any comments, and I'd love it if we get some technical details or some other things, but I think this is something to dive into and just understand what you need from us as a board as well.
Through the chair, that's a really great statement and question, Director Gore. I think staff today are going to be prepared to weigh in. They're the experts. If there are things that I can add color commentary to or additional input, I'll be glad to do it. But I would direct that back toward Pam and Kent, and actually Jake's up at the dais, because a lot of this is the nitty-gritty of all the investments that need to get made, what's been deferred, what can't be deferred any further. And we've heard loud and clearly with our strategic plan that infrastructure actually is the call of our next 5 years. It's got to be done. We're going to continue to innovate, but the infrastructure has to be invested in. So one of you three take that and we'll begin the dialogue.
Let me start, Kent. I'll start on the way down in the weeds part in operations, and I'll speak to that just really quickly. We have seen incredible increases in prices for chemicals specifically, and perhaps for parts also, parts and materials. But one of the biggest challenges we have is just being able to obtain things. There's supply chain issues that are causing huge delays in maintenance projects, as well as just regular maintenance, day-to-day type maintenance, as well as it's become really difficult to get chemicals reliably. And so I just wanted to bring those up, and I'll let Kent and Jake speak to the bigger picture.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pam. And Director Gore, thank you for the question. I would reiterate some of the things that have been mentioned here. Costs are certainly something that have seen a lot of variability. We're going to be bringing to the board a recoding of a couple tanks here shortly. And we had a fair distribution of bidders on this project. And normally when you get a fair amount of bidders, you get some reasonable prices, and you hopefully see some precision in the bids that you received. I was really taken aback by bids that ranged in the apparent low bid coming in the mid $6 million range to recode a couple of tanks. But among a pretty uniform spread of bids, they ranged all the way up to $13.5 million. So it's a very uncertain bidding environment that we're finding. Part of that, I think, is contributed by the fact that the supply chain issues that have been mentioned. We've had on a current project for our Santa Rosa Plain Wells rehabilitation project, where we've recently gotten quotes for taking a year and a half for the electrical equipment to show up. That's from the point of letting the project to bid. So these are timeframes we've not seen before for electrical gear. So that also adds to the bidding uncertainty when bidders don't know how long it's going to take to acquire and what prices are going to be a year and a half down the road compared to shorter time frames. So that has certainly contributed to some of the challenges that affect our rates and some of our uncertainties in project costs. We've also seen, as I mentioned, an uptick in some of the repairs on our system. We've had a major repair on a 48-inch aqueduct in recent years, and we've just completed repairing our crossing underneath the smart tracks on our Petaluma aqueduct. We had an emergency repair in Sonoma at the Verano Avenue Bridge. As I mentioned, these are very disruptive and stop progress on other projects as a lot of staff resources and money is diverted to these emergency repairs. So those are some of the dynamics we're encountering.
Just quick follow-up on one of those items. Normally, through the water agency, are we in the same kind of bidding environment or contracting environment where we do qualified and then lowest bid? Do you have an opportunity also to work within that and evaluate if it's going to be what their workforce potential is, other things like that? Or do you usually take the lowest bid, move with that, and then get into the world of change orders and other things?
Yeah, under public contract code, we're required to look at the lowest responsible and responsive bidder. In that process of evaluating those bidders, we do get a chance to evaluate their qualifications. In the bid documents that we put out, we require that there be certain qualifications to be able to bid the project and we do evaluate that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Abbott.
Thank you very much. It's great to see everyone here today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to the Water Agency and for all the work that you do, and echo the comments of the chair previously. I also want to point out our WAC chair, Councilmember Mike Healy, is here with us today. Thanks for being here, Mike. Appreciate that. And just in terms of water, the water transmission system, I echo all the, making sure that we stay on top of our maintenance. For me personally, it's a very important thing to make sure that we have that continual and appropriate investment in infrastructure, that we don't leave a mess to our children or future generations. And we all know that, unfortunately for all of us, undoubtedly, one of the greatest generations did great work, but a lot of those installations, whatever they were, their roads or pipelines are coming to the end of their life and need a lot of investment and replacement. And we see this nationally and appreciate the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and hopefully we can take advantage of that in many different ways. But here locally, and especially with the Water Agency, it's interesting. And again, looking to my colleagues from the city and the contractors, they have their own systems. And fortunate enough to get the pipeline in front of my house. The city pipeline was replaced a year or so ago, 2 maybe now. But we need to make sure that we understand, and I know the WAC does, that it's the whole system, from the wholesaler to the retailer. We need to make sure that all the infrastructure is where it should be. And so very much appreciate that and that conversation taking place this year, especially. We're a little more of a concentration on that, given where we're at. And recognizing again on the water sales, go down, and that's the way it's. I feel the same pain at the Golden Gate Bridge where I'm the finance chair, and it's based, all our income is from tolls. Those are down. And, it's not a bad thing to have less vehicle miles traveled and all the other things, but at the same time, it affects all the work that we do, the transit that we provide, and just becomes always trying to look over the horizon to see what we're going to do going forward. One thing we did not talk about yet, and I'll mention this for Ann, and maybe it's appropriate at some other point too, is our groundwater sustainability agencies. And I think I want to recognize certainly to staff that your mission has grown. I mean, it's kind of the one water approach, I think, that we've all recognized over the years that is the better way to do that, from perhaps where it was in the 50s, where it was just, let's put some pipes and deliver water and not mess with all the other stuff. But all the other stuff is so important to make sure that the water remains in the pipes, and you can't ignore it. And you have the expertise, thank God, that can help us all move through those things, and especially talking about, and I see Marcus back there, thank you for all your work, and Jay before, and Ann, on the groundwater sustainability agencies. And the plans are all approved, which is great, and I think we're, with the good blessings of DWR, one of the, out in the forefront on that as well. But we do have and I'll just call it a fiscal cliff on the horizon, that this board did subsidize, supplant, or whatever you want to call it, some rates that need to be taken care of before all hell breaks loose again, and we have to deal with that. So just want to make sure that we're all aware of that. Look forward to the implementation projects as well, even at perhaps in Petaluma, being one of the stronger or more healthier groundwater basins, even the conservation side of things, expanding that out into those folks that have wells. I think they've done that the last 3 years in the drought. And to that extent, too, I want to make sure that on our own drought resiliency piece, and at the 30,000-foot level, Grant, we've talked about this before, our watershed has been very kind to us, but we came pretty damn close this drought cycle, and now it's full again and spilling for the first time since 19, which is great. But even though today's a wet day, who knows what the future brings? All we know is that the volatility of weather is going to continue, and we're going to be in these cycles. And if we're in a cycle for longer than the 3 years, we might end up being in a rougher place. And I know that all the work that's being done on Potter Valley, and somewhere in here there's a question. I swear. But I think it's, whenever you talk about the water agency, it's to me, it's bringing all this stuff together and making sure that we're emphasizing the right things, because it's really about looking over the horizon on the water resiliency side of things. Is there new water available through, perhaps on the groundwater side, that is much more managed now because of the GSPs in the 3 GSAs that we have in the county? Is there opportunities up north, and I believe there are through the supervisor, to really kind of look at how those areas are managed in a better way to really stay on top of things. And certainly FIRO and all the other, the biological opinion, all the things that we've done add to our resiliency going forward. Just want to make sure that we continue to focus on that. At the same time, perhaps the less exciting part of making sure the tanks are painted and rust-free, and the pipes are in the ground in the appropriate places. So I do appreciate the cooperation with our contractors, and I think that we need to have that for a series of years and have that kind of plan for addressing the most vulnerable segments of the system and updating them to make sure that that water is going to be delivered. I think there was another aftershock in Turkey today, and as your state seismic safety commissioner, it's not a matter of if, but when, and water is going to be one of those massive pieces of the puzzle to get us back up and running after the next seismic event here in Sonoma County. So we need to stay on top of it and really drive those things going forward. So with that, I guess there wasn't really a question. I just want to say thank you for that we need to continue on the maintenance side of things. We need to continue looking over the horizon on the drought resiliency and building that piece and understanding that all these pieces, including the groundwater sustainability agencies, the recycled water, which we've been very, we've done well at, and I see Windsor tomorrow, I think it's on the agenda, that we continue on all these avenues because they're all important. They all take pressure off the river. And even when the river is flowing full, it's an important thing to make sure that we continue to make those investments. So thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor, for highlighting the complexity of what Sonoma Water does and mentioning all the moving parts. Just for folks in the chambers with us and online, just a little preview of how the day is going to go. We're going to take this in chunks because it is so complex. When we're done talking about this, the transmission section will go to flood protection, then sanitation and recycled water, and finally, toward the end of the day, climate adaptation projects and needs. Questions down here? Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you. I'm guessing, although I don't know for sure, that I probably represent the fewest number of Sonoma Water customers out of any of the supervisors, but along with the 4th District, share a great number of constituents who are directly impacted by the environmental work that Sonoma Water does. And I know that you touched very briefly on sort of the situation with the estuary, and also kind of looking at potentially the next iteration of the biological opinion. And I would just love it, because I've attended those meetings, out in Monterey, where we get the pinniped counts and, we have sort of all of the information provided to the community about the estuary management. But I'm wondering if it would be possible to share just kind of a high-level snapshot of that. And if there are any thoughts on how, in a subsequent biological opinion, we might look at a strategy that does not involve risking the lives of Sonoma Water staff out on a beach in a stormy situation using bulldozers to move sand around. Because I recognize the challenge, and I also recognize that, as we look at climate adaptation and conversations in the future, that maybe there are other solutions that we should consider. And I don't know if you have any comments before we hand it over to Jessica.
I think we should let Jessica go. She and David have been living and breathing this, and your sentiments are profound, and we do want the same thing. So let's see where we're at.
Yeah, and I think, as you recognize, sand is not very cooperative, so it's pretty hard to manage a beach when you have water coming at it from both directions. And so hopefully Jessica can help here.
And maybe you could also just touch briefly on, I'm not sure my colleagues are aware of sometimes what happens when citizens take their own action as well. Might be worth something sharing.
Am I on? Okay. Good morning, Chair Corsi and board members. I'm Jessica Martini-Lamb, Environmental Resources Manager at Sonoma Water. I'm also the project manager for the Estuary Management Project and been working on the estuary since I started at Sonoma Water in 1998. We have not been successful in implementing the Russian River biological opinions reasonable and prudent alternative to manage the estuary with the lagoon outlet channel in the summer months. And that is mainly due to the fact that there had been a lot of assumptions about how the estuary actually closes and all the sort of physical ocean and river processes that drive that. Over the last 10 plus years we've been implementing the biological opinion, we have learned a lot about those processes and what really drives them. And we know that ocean conditions play just as much or more of a part than our river discharge into the estuary. Moving forward, we're anticipating changing the focus from trying to manage the estuary for the benefit of juvenile steelhead in the summer months using an outlet channel, but instead benefiting from the many years of adaptive management and adaptive management planning that we've been implementing in the estuary, and the studies that we've been able to get completed both through our biological monitoring, but also all the grant funding that we've gotten from NOAA's Habitat Blueprint efforts. So we're hoping that in the future, our implementation will be much more focused on the dual objectives of managing flood risk for the folks that live along Jenner and in the lower estuary, along with continuing to manage habitat not only for juvenile steelhead that rely on the estuary in the summer months, but also for all life stages that utilize the estuary for either migration or staging before they move into either the ocean or upstream. And also to benefit our future implementation we're really looking at sea level rise and climate impacts on the estuary. One of the things we've been working on is looking at some habitat enhancement opportunities in the estuary that will help benefit juvenile steelhead. But how are those habitat enhancement investments in the future going to be impacted by sea level rise and climate change that might impact things like water quality, the amount of salinity in the estuary, things like that. So it's yet another example of the complexity of issues that we have to manage for. But I think we've made really good progress.
I know one thing that we've had a lot of conversations about over the years are that there may be sort of other ways of improving the health in the lower Russian River in particular, and maybe potentially opportunities to partner with other agencies on things like looking at, how do we protect the forests sort of around the riparian corridor, which is a conversation that we're also having with the Ag and Open Space District right now. One additional question that I have is going, and I don't remember if this is you or who this is, but we're having these conversations, right, about the hydrologic index. And you've mentioned very briefly what it is and what it isn't. We often kind of look at the health of the lower Russian River, and folks have this sort of knee-jerk reaction that more flow is better, less flow is bad for river health. And I know that we've had conversations and we've dived into the detailed data, and that it's not quite so clear cut as that. But I'm wondering if you could touch a little bit on just kind of broader conversations about main stem health, and then also sort of clarifying the conversation around the hydrologic index and the change that is proposed. I know that we're going to have a whole community meeting about this coming up sometime in the next couple of months, but I just think it's really important to clarify what it is and isn't, which it isn't a conversation specifically around flow, right? This is about sort of making an appropriate index. So if any information on that would be really helpful.
Well, I can maybe start with the health question and then maybe turn it over to Don Seymour to talk a little bit about the time-limited petition. So through all of these temporary urgency change orders that we've been implementing, we've been working with our resource agencies partners, not just at NIMS and Department of Fish and Wildlife, but also the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. And our staff have been very engaged in monitoring over the course of the biological opinion, the health of water quality along the entirety of the main stem, all the way from Lake Mendocino down to the estuary. We're also doing monitoring within Lake Mendocino itself. In addition to just collecting data about temperature and dissolved oxygen and how it's impacted by flows in the river and air temperatures and things like that, we're also spending quite a bit of time looking at things like pathogens and cyanobacteria in the river and providing all of that information to the Regional Water Quality Control Board, which then they share with like the Environmental Health Department. So a really coordinated effort to understand how water quality is affected, not just in the lower river, but throughout the Russian River main stem.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you personally for all of the information that you've shared with me over the years and the many meetings that we've had. And I feel like we took a hiatus during COVID, but we should probably get one of those Pinniped meetings. It's actually one of my favorite meetings of the year back on the books out in the lower Russian River, because it's always fun to share that information with the community.
Yeah, and we just actually last week did a Pinniped volunteer training meeting with the Stewards of Coast and Redwoods, our partners on that effort, and got to share some information with a smaller group of the community. So we'd be happy to do that. And I'll let Don speak to the hydrologic index.
Thank you, Jessica, and good morning, Board of Directors. Yeah, I'm Don Seymour. I'm Deputy Chief Engineer at Sonoma Water.
Thing moves up so that you don't have to bend down. So there we go. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, how's that? So I think I would just step back a minute on the hydrologic index and just say, so since the mid-2000s, Sonoma Water has been filing numerous temporary change petitions that you're aware of. And that's because in the mid-2000s, the operating license for the Potter Valley project was amended, and it basically resulted in a really significant change in how much water was being imported from the Eel River. It went from 150,000 acre-feet per year, which represented like 60% of the inflow into Lake Mendocino, to about 60,000 acre-feet. And as you're aware, the current index is based on cumulative inflow into Lake Pillsbury. And and at the time, before that change, even though the two watersheds are completely different, it didn't really matter because so much water was being imported from the project. So yeah, you could use that index to determine minimum stream flows in the Russian River because there was just so much water coming in. And when that changed, it was in the mid-2000s, the index was completely misaligned with actual watershed conditions and the conditions of our reservoirs. And so, as I mentioned, we've filed, unless we've had really wet years, we've filed about 14 or 15 temporary change petitions to make it aligned. But those are only good for 180 days. And there's a lag time in filing those petitions. There's a lag time for the state board to process those petitions. And so during those lag times, there's a lot of water wasted because it's, the index isn't reacting to what's going on in the system. What we're trying to do is use an index that's reflective of our watershed, its storage thresholds at Lake Mendocino, and it would then, that index would then determine which minimum stream flows that are currently in Decision 1610 and our water right permits could be supported by the watershed conditions. So, does that answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Supervisor Gorin.
Well, just a couple of questions. First of all, I have to say, wow. We in this room and so many people working out in the county, we are just a wealth of experience and technical abilities. And every time we have a presentation or I talk with you, a couple of you individually, I say, you know a lot. And I'm so glad you do. I started my wide world associated with water being appointed by Noreen Evans on the Board of Public Utilities, working with Dick Dowd. And it was after Santa Rosa made the decision to pump the wastewater up to the geysers. I'm glad I didn't have to be involved in that discussion, but I've been working on that ever since in water, sanitation, and certainly representing the city on the Water Advisory Committee 6 years of my life. And then I remember Grant saying, okay, you're a supervisor now. You need to wear a different hat. And yes, I think I now wear a different hat, but all of that experience, like all of your experience, benefits me and my understanding of politics behind water, the importance of the contractors working as partners with Sonoma Water and all of the independent water districts and now groundwater GSAs. Thank you, Anne, for your amazing work and continuing on, Marcus and Jay, certainly. We continue because it is one water. And a lot of the conversation has really focused on the Russian River. And of course, that's where our water supply comes from. But I'm seeing Mike Thompson back there in Kent, and I recognize the fragility of our sanitation district out in Sonoma Valley and the fragility of our aqueduct system out in Sonoma Valley as well as south. And all of those folks that we see in the trenches connecting the pipes way down there. And I'm thinking, I hope they're safe. They're a long way down, but I'm sure they are. Thank you all for your amazing work. And Jessica Martini-Lamb, thank you for your enormous contributions, not only with the expertise you just talked about at the Russian River, but I don't know that you know that she is now chair of the advisory committee for the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority. And so she manages a lot of great people bringing forward recommendations on what kind of projects we should be funding around the Bay to compensate for rising tides. And I know we think of rising tides along the coast, but it really will affect us probably more and more quickly around the Bay. Even though we don't have a lot of development there, the number of sanitation districts or facilities low-lying around the Bay is pretty staggering, and they are threatened and will be threatened in the future with the rising tides. Thank you, Jessica, for your incredible knowledge of wetlands and the Bay estuary. Yeah, you may know some stuff about Russian River. I don't care. I want you to work on Sonoma Valley and the Bay. Not really. I really do appreciate all of your work. The question that I have is, we have approved the climate adaptation plan, and I know as we go through the day, you will probably make notes of what elements of the work that we do are going to be made more difficult given our climate change. And although I have to admit I'm really grumpy today, could we just see sun, please? I just came from the snow and now it's raining and snow in LA, and it's like, stop. I want to see sunshine. So I guess that's my question, a broad-reaching question is, we know we are experiencing weather extremes, certainly from climate change. Can you give us just a little primer of all of the things that you talked about? What are the high points that we need to think about with climate change?
I think I might, if you'd allow, Director Gorin, we have a fairly extensive afternoon after lunch to go into detail on that.
Okay,
And
I'll save my question.
you're going to hear from Dale Roberts and Molly Oceans, and you'll be able to go even more depth than, that's why we broke it up into 4 segments here, but we know your longstanding interest, and I promise we'll get to it. But I think they would be best equipped, and we'll do that in the afternoon if that's all right.
And I'm not entirely sure what topics we're going to be talking about today. I know there are a number of folks, we sort of talked on the Potter Valley project. Are we going to be going into that in more detail? And maybe, I don't know, there is a district potentially forming in Alexander Valley that might be a groundwater district. So what are we really going to be focusing on today besides the obvious water supply and sanitation?
I should have made that abundantly clear early part of this. This would be a good time to go in on any additional information you'd like on Potter Valley. It's water supply and transmission. But we're going to be about, if we can stay the course, about 10 o'clock, we'll be breaking in to the next featured group from the water agency. We'll be talking about street maintenance and flood protection. And then later in the morning before lunch, we'll be on sanitation and recycled water, where you and Director Gore have demonstrated leadership in the North Bay Water Reuse Authority. Break for lunch. Come back, we're going to shorten lunch hopefully, so we'll be able to make sure you have your afternoons. And the climate adaptation piece specifically will come right after lunch.
Great. And I just, I wanted to thank you all, the few folks who were with us. I know, Andre, you were with us when the D1 team toured some of the facilities, the water collection facilities. I really appreciate the great information. And the little factoid that stuck in my brain when we were talking about supply chain issues is, really? We purchase equipment over eBay? I'm intrigued and amused by that. Really technical stuff we purchase over eBay. So, all right, keep that credit card handy.
I like to think that's not the norm.
I would assume it's not the norm. It's probably not the norm for most people, but nevertheless, I think it really speaks volumes about the challenges that we're having right now with supply chain issues and how intricate machine parts are not readily available. And I understand it took me about a year for me to get my appliances, and I can't even imagine the things that we saw on the tour, how long it would take for the normal supply chain to deliver to the water agency. So thank you for being creative.
Can I have a few more?
Go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the ideas on where to focus our comments. So now would be a good time to maybe ask a few questions on FURO, on just maybe some high level on Russian River Water Forum, what we're looking at there, a couple things like that. Is that appropriate? Okay, I think also, Grant and everybody, potentially at the end of the day, it'd be nice to kind of have a list of what are the follow-up items, like where do you need us, where do you not need us? Because for instance, I'm sure we can anticipate that when we go through a final, here's the next steps, we're going to anticipate seeing a conversation happen between the Water Advisory Council, the county, Sonoma Water, everybody around our rate structure. We're going to have also 3 or 4 different items that come back before this board. So maybe if there's anything that you're planning on bringing onto our agenda over the course of the year, whether it's already on our agenda or things that we don't know, it'd be good to kind of see where those are so that we can plan for it. I have a couple questions on FURO. Want me to just start going? So big thing is that as we talked about before, as my understanding is tell me if we got this right, we now are in a situation where we have a major deviation on Lake Mendocino, which is about maxes out at what, 11,300, 11,500 acre feet, is that correct?
You're about right. Yeah.
So being a major deviation, how long do we get that for with them?
We're currently operating under a 5-year deviation. I think we have 2 years left. 2026. So
2026. And where it seems like we're in this kind of fun gray area with the other side, with the minor deviation on Lake Sonoma, where they've granted it, but it's not a major deviation. They're trying it out. This would be the first year that they're actually trying it out, would be my assumption. Can you give a little bit more detail and what we're experiencing right now with the Corps, and when we would do we really submit a plan and a proposal for them to review, and would there be a time period that we would be going 2 years out, whatever, working on a minor deviation for a couple of years and going for a major one? What's the idea for that?
I don't know the exact timeline, but Dawn could maybe answer the
be
timeline. But
helpful.
that is the way that they do these, right? So they try them out while they're doing the studies to be able to prove to get to the major deviation, which is multi-year, and eventually, right now, what they're working on at Lake Mendocino is actually a change to the water control manual, or actually the Corps of Engineer person that we work with calls it the water control plan. But they're working on a permanent change, so we no longer have to ask for these deviations. It becomes a permanent operational protocol for the reservoir.
Okay.
So this is what's going on at Lake Sonoma is similar to what happened at Lake Mendocino, where they're giving us these minor deviations for the next, hopefully they'll continue to approve them, but they approve them on an annual basis.
Annual basis.
Then they approve them a major deviation more on a longer term basis, and hopefully at that point they have enough confidence that they can go in and change the water control manual. And again, that's a permanent change to the operation that they tried out during these deviations, essentially.
That's good. Anything to add?
Anything to add, Don?
Okay.
Okay.
If I may, just so a couple things on this. So the change in the actual water control manual, as we call it, the water control plan, as they would call it, what kind of process is that? Is that a multi-year for them on this side? Do we think that we're going to be, are we the first around that is looking to get a full change from a curve into an acknowledgement of forecast-informed reservoir operations?
Lake Mendocino will be the first water control manual change to incorporate forecast-informed reservoir operations.
In the nation?
In the nation. And it was the first pilot project. It's currently, the plan is to have a draft this spring, maybe early summer, and the intent is to finalize that update end of the year or first quarter 2024. So it'll be the first update.
Okay. Another part of that, so the underpinning for forecast-informed reservoir operations is both technical partnership and aptitude, but also new infrastructure. I mean, give me, if you can, take it once again back to, I can handle 8th grade. It doesn't need to be 6th grade. It doesn't need to be master's degree, but X-band radar so that it's better. Marty Ralph and others doing multiple scenarios, multi-year agreement with them to be able to depend upon those National Weather Service or those scripts enhancements. What is kind of the ball, as you would best explain it in executive summary, of the underpinning of the work that justifies that going forward?
So I think you're referring to AQPI, and that does feed into FIRO. However, it's generally the longer range forecasts. The AQPI forecasts are on the 6 to 9 hour, the 3 to 6 hour for really emergency response. However, not completely. They do feed into informing the reservoir operations, but it's really those forecasts that are 3 to 5 days in advance that give the operator the information they need to determine whether they need to release water or they want to retain water. And as Director Hopkins knows, a lot of that decision-making was going on during the 9 atmospheric river events that were occurring, determining when it was not a good idea to release water because it could be piled upon peak flows that were coming down to different communities in the Russian River. And so using those forecasts to determine when those flows were receding and it was safe to release some of that water that was well into the flood control pool at Lake Mendocino.
I guess one way I'm kind of interested conceptually in understanding this is that we've had to create through you all, a body of work, an idea, proven out our hypothesis that we can generate this data time and again, so that we present a different model to the Army Corps, that they, as a risk management agency, not as a flood control, not as a water supply agency, but as a risk management agency, can say, okay, this is good enough for us to change our whole stinking manual on how we do it. So once we create those partnerships for those 3 to 5 day forecasts, is it fair to say that those are those still funded by us? Do we still have to keep that motor going, or is that all of a sudden the new modus operandi of the National Weather Service and of Scripps and others? Or do we have to continue to feed that for our area so that they can have confidence over Lake Mendocino and Sonoma?
We definitely need to continue those partnerships, because we want those 3 to 5 day forecasts to become 7 to 10 day forecasts. We want, the CW3Es, the National Weather Service, to be pushing the research envelope to improve those forecasts so that we can leverage FIRO to a greater degree.
Okay. Did you say C3PO?
I was hoping I said CW3E, but I might have, Star Wars,
What is that? That's a new one for me.
Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes.
Oh, that's how you say it.
It's Scripps, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's Scripps. Thank you. Okay, I think so. I mean, that's my interest is, do we have to, as an agency, not just prove out the concept, but we have to continue to fund and pump through the partnership a long-term modeling so that we can justify this on not only Lake Mendocino, but Lake Sonoma. It's not just that we prove it out and the National Weather Service starts doing it here all the time. We need to make sure we continue to keep relevant data coming in locally.
Very briefly through the chair. We absolutely have had to build a partnership, not just Lake Mendocino, but Prado Dam down in Orange County. They're going through an atmospheric river right now, trying to take water when it's available and park it into the ground. They're one of our second partners. Oroville Dam with Department of Water Resources and the Yuba Water Agency are looking at using forecast-informed reservoir operations to improve their dam operation. So no, when Governor Newsom started at Lake Mendocino and declared this initial drought, he was 40 feet below where the water should have been. And we absolutely have to maintain our work at the state and federal level to support funding for the Corps, for Department of Water Resources, CW3E, and our partners. And that's why it's been such a strategic, long-term bet. It's basically a decade of work that had to be documented with a preliminary assessment, a final assessment, and delivered to Congress. And that is the order. You don't make those decisions. We are basically telling Congress as well, when the Corps hands back the water supply pool to us, which we're right on the line tonight, we've had to demonstrate to them that we're willing to go into our water conservation pool based on the strength of the forecasts to make management decisions, and go in and dip into our water supply pool. Can you imagine how difficult that decision is? Yeah. We're asking the Corps to do the same on the reverse end for flood control. And so literally, Director Hopkins was on the phone with the Corps, Nick Malasavage and Patrick, making these decisions informed on how to make sure we don't exacerbate continued flooding. So it's still very much an important role for us to lead and build that partnership. And the board, I'm counting on the board to help us do that in the years to come.
Okay. I appreciate that. I think the biggest thing for me is how is everything that justified forecast-informed reservoir operations and is going to justify a change in ultimate manuals going to continue to be a part of an operating machine that is not maybe the infrastructure that we see, but it's the infrastructure that we don't see that creates these forecasts. Will it be sustained by us? It sounds like yes. I mean, the goal is long-term is that all of these 3 to 5 and then a 7 to 10 day forecasts become a norm with National Weather Service and others. And then this becomes a partnership around the country that the federal government and others invest in. So it's not just us in Sonoma County, but we have then 15 reservoirs and then 15 turns into 150 around the United States, right? And with different assessments for water security. And I think that's helpful. I just real quickly want to also talk, and this is as much to my colleagues. Supervisor Gorin, you mentioned this too about Alexander Valley and what we're looking at. So everything is really at this point linked with this, with Potter Valley and with this Russian River Water Forum, the grant that's gone into Department of Water Resources. You know, if you can think about it, there's, yes, a need for potentially a water district to manage water in those areas to force conservation management. And whether that's a water district that was managed by a government, or whether that's a water agency or a water district that comes into like a LAFCO process and submits an application, before you and I and the other LAFCO commissioners, I think that's one thing that we have to look at. But it can't just be, we want to be on a board. I think we all know that. Like, we want authority over our water. It has to be, how are you going to drive conservation and really water management? That's what Branford has been saying. You can't just, it's not like that when everyone was saying they wanted to have a voice on the GS, the GSPs. I want to be on the agency board. No. You have to actually show that if we have a drought, like over the last 2 or 3 years, you go in and you say, hey, everybody on the west side of the river irrigate once a week. Everybody on the east side of the river, you irrigate once a week. You get this day and this day, or you have to manage some kind of projects that are legitimate to what you do. If you want authority, then take the responsibility, right? So there's been a lot of conversations around that. The key about the Water Forum and then whatever we do with the Eel Russian River Commission and all these other entities is to make sure that we socialize the conversation about the change in the water future for in between Lake Mendocino and the confluence of Dry Creek. We should expect that it's, at best we would be able to keep as much water through the project up towards the 60,000 acre feet, but that'd probably be less and variable in certain years. And so things like the water flows, things like the hydrologic index, they all come together. But I think the key there is that a lot of the folks in Alexander Valley and even us, everybody has a different opinion of what their water rights are. And it's going to be a very difficult conversation. There's some folks who have, from our initial legal understanding, who hold up a piece of paper that would seem to be, the oldest, strongest water right that you could imagine. But the others who have more junior water rights are connected to Lake Mendocino and that storage. So, there's going to be a lot of angst up there as we go through what is the new reality. So a forum provides us an opportunity to get together and have those gut conversations, those gut-wrenching conversations, and you're definitely going to have people over the next couple of years talking about, angst, about fighting over water instead of whiskey, right? Maybe we should switch that around. But I think that's a big part of it. And so I just thank you for bringing it up, because there's still a lot of work to do. But I think what it is that there's still no perceived end in sight, because no matter what happens with Potter Valley and with water rights and relicensing and other things like that, there is a need for water management in that area, because it is the most fragile of kind of anywhere around the river. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Supervisor. We may have slipped a little bit under 30,000 feet on the FIRO thing, but that won't be the last time, and certainly interesting conversations. I did want to go back to the water transmission budget for a minute and just see if you can use that or other information to help us understand what water rate impacts may be. And also make sure that for the people who are listening out there who may not know, when we talk about water rates and customers, who the customers are and then who the end users are, and it's two different things for us.
Mr. Spalding address that. I can do that. Yeah. So and thank you everyone for the comments earlier. I mean, as Director Gore, as you mentioned, we are fully volumetric rate, which means that when deliveries do go down, the rate does go up. In regards to who our customers are, so we are a wholesale water supplier. We sell to the towns and municipalities in Sonoma County, and then a few in Marin as well. The main ones are City of Santa Rosa, City of Cotati, City of Roanoke Park, City of Petaluma, Valley of the Moon Water District, North Marin Water District, and Marin Municipal. And then there are a couple others in there as well. City of Forestville's in there, as are some others. Our water rates, as we detailed in the document or in the presentation, they're about $1,173 this year. That's for customers off the Santa Rosa Aqueduct. The rate actually varies a little bit based on who the customer is and which agreement we have with them. But we sell to the towns, and the towns then resell to their customers.
So we do have an impact on their water rates that they pay to the municipalities, but it's not a one-to-one. As you mentioned, with the fully volumetric rate, we do, when deliveries go down, we do have rates that go up. But it's important to put that in perspective. The conservation that has been going on in this area, and we want to say thank you to all the water contractors for all this conservation. It really has kept deliveries low, which in fact actually keeps our water rates lower because we haven't had to implement a lot of projects that would actually increase the rate even farther. The fact that we used to sell 60,000 acre feet of water and now we're selling 45,000 acre feet of water means we haven't had to put new pipelines in. We haven't had to put new tanks in. And so maintaining the equipment that we already have really is the best, most prudent way to use our resources effectively.
You mentioned the number 1,000 somewhere.
Yes.
And is that set for the coming year, or is that still in flux?
So per the restructured agreement, we are required to budget off of deliveries, which is either the lower of 12 months of previous water sales or the lower of the 3-year annual average. That rate, based on all the work we've done today, and we've worked with our project managers and all the divisions within the water agency to really tighten up the budget this year. We know this is going to have a big impact on all the water contractors. We've really narrowed down what we're proposing to do this year. As was mentioned in the presentation, we proposed about $2.4 million in deferrals. We're also using fund balance that's accumulated over the years. Bond funds, we did go out for bonds in 2022, which we were successful in selling on the water transmission system. And also grant funds, that was talked about a lot today. We've been very successful in getting grant funds. So we've used all those revenue sources to really lower the increase as much as we can. But given those three kind of major O&M operations and maintenance projects that were detailed earlier, we really can't defer anymore this year. So we have been working with the water contractors, and we're proud of the collaboration we do with them. We started back in January working with them, going through the budget, seeing where we could make changes, finding out what their priorities are. We haven't totally settled on a rate yet. The process for that is we will go in front of the TAC in a week or two. Then Lynn and I will go give presentations to all the different water contractors, boards, and councils. And then that'll happen in the month of March. And then in April, it'll go to a WAC vote. And finally, it'll come to this board for a vote on April 18th. So that's the number today. There could be some slight changes in it based on a few factors if something changes significantly, and also the water contractors do have a discretionary capital charge that they are still considering what to do with. But that is the number as of today. Yep.
Okay. Coming back to us April 18th, is that?
Coming back to this board on April 18th, yes.
Okay. Thanks very much. Anything to add?
I think if we're winding down and heading in, you're doing a great job time-wise, so thank you for your chair here. One thing that Jake did not mention that I think, I used to be very proud this time of year, we'd come in and we'd be working with a uniform endorsement coming from the water contractors, and we present our budget at about 3 or 4%. We've done that for a decade, and we now, and still do, have a claim to fame to have the lowest wholesale water rates in the entire Bay Area. You do that too long, and you're not able to maintain your infrastructure. So for that, I actually apologize not being able to carry higher rates through because they're necessary. But when we talk in percentages, I think it's really important. Your editorial with Director Gore, Director Corsi, was right in saying that our effect, as proposed, is about a $2 to $3 per month adjustment for this to make sure that your water is able to be turned on and you get it at the tap 24/7 and we're able to carry on. And so that's the type of scope that we're asking the board to help make sure that we begin that road back and make sure that we're making the prudent investments. But Lynn and Jake are out there diligently talking to our WAC, and our staff has done everything they can to par down, defer what can be deferred, but the actual essential job of maintaining the system has got to come through this budget.
All right, thank you. I think I'm going to take a 5-minute break. and we'll come back with flood protection.
Yes.
Correct? Thank you. We'll be back at 10 after.
Okay, thank you so much. You should be able to hear me, and Chair Coursey, we're ready to continue.
Thank you, Marcy. Welcome back, everybody. We will continue with the next segment is stream maintenance and flood protection. And Grant, do you want to introduce your team?
Thank you, Chair Coursey. I would like to, Kent Gilfie, who was on our last session there, is remaining up. He's our Director of Engineering. We are talking about stream maintenance and flood protection. Along with him, as has been noted, that John Niehaus, next to him, is wearing a tie. I think it is the one that he owns, and I'm so glad to see it too. It's really cool. And next to John, who's our Field Operations Coordinator, is Carlos Diaz, who is our Design Engineer and Principal Engineer. And we'll shift gears now for stream maintenance and flood protection. But before we do that, there's going to be a brief video.
Hi, I'm John, and I manage the flood control maintenance section at the Water Agency. One of the primary purposes for establishment of the Water Agency in 1949 was to build infrastructure to protect a developing Sonoma County from devastating flood events. Today, we manage an innovative stream maintenance program. The main element of the program includes the maintenance of approximately 75 miles of engineered flood control channels. These channels are part of a critical community flood control network, many of which were constructed as part of a federal partnership with the Soil Conservation Service beginning in the late 1950s. Today, the Water Agency continues its strong commitment to flood protection and maintaining these facilities. The primary activities of the stream maintenance program are sediment removal, vegetation management, and bank stabilization. The core purpose of the program is to maintain the channels for flood control conveyance capacity, as well as to enhance water quality, wildlife habitat, and recreation.
Hi, my name is Candace Messner. I work to help ensure that the Water Agency's stream maintenance program meets its permit requirements, as well as all associated environmental protections. In the mid-1990s, 3 salmonid species were listed as threatened and endangered, and the Water Agency was no longer able to continue its historic maintenance practices. In addition, many Water Agency flood control facilities were identified as supporting habitat for native wildlife, fish, and bird species. To address these environmental concerns, in 2005, the Water Agency began a process to obtain long-term permits for maintenance of its flood control facilities. Through this process, and under the guidance of 6 state and federal regulating agencies, the Water Agency established the Stream Maintenance Program.
Hi, my name is Chase. I provide technical support to our Field Operations Department and Stream Maintenance Program. I manage the SMP database, assist in reporting and notification process, conduct sediment and water quality testing, create designs for sediment removal projects, and coordinate with other Water Agency departments and contractors on flood control related projects.
Hi, my name is Kevin Trenham. It is my job to organize and distribute the daily activities of our maintenance crews, as well as assess the quality and efficiency of each project. Every year, our vegetation maintenance crews work through over 30 miles of flood control channel and remove approximately 4,000 cubic yards of wood chips, which is about 384 dump trucks of material. By selectively removing vegetation, we are able to maintain the health of our trees as well as the flow and capacity of our flood control facilities. There are many challenges that we encounter while maintaining our flood control channels. For example, we remove over 50,000 pounds of garbage each year. Another demanding task is removing debris jams and other flood control issues in the middle of winter. It is a constant battle to maintain the beauty and health of our creeks and streams.
My name's Gary.
My name's Pete.
We work in field operations. Our duties include heavy equipment operations, maintenance of service roads, bank repairs, fencing, Russian River estuary breaching, and sediment removal project.
Sediment removal is the removal of silt deposits in our creeks, streams, and engineered channels. We maintain about 75 miles throughout the county. This prevents flooding during the winter months.
Our sediment removal work takes place June 15th through October. Our average amount we remove in a year is approximately 22,500 cubic yards. That equals to 2,250 dump truck loads.
My name is Catherine, and my role on the stream maintenance team includes restoration efforts following sediment removal projects as well as vegetation management work. Starting in 2009, planting restoration efforts have become a top priority for the Water Agency's stream maintenance program. Mitigation activities include reestablishing habitats impacted by construction activities. We're standing today on Forest View Creek. This creek was removed of sediment in 2015 and trees were replaced. As you can see, many of the trees are healthy and maturing quite rapidly, and we are slowly gaining on a shaded creek bed.
Okay, well, thank you. As we move on to our next core function area, I will start off with some general information about flood control zones, and then John will join us on the stream maintenance program, and Carlos will speak to some of our flood planning efforts. So the county is divided into 9 flood control zones that are depicted on this exhibit here. The predominant majority of Sonoma Water's flood management activities occur in zones 1A, 2A, and 3A, which are Mark West, the Laguna Mark West watershed, Petaluma River watershed, and the Valley of the Moon or Sonoma Creek watershed, respectively. Due to funding constraints, more limited activity occurs in zone 5A, the lower Russian River watershed, and there is little to no routine activity occurring in the remaining zones. In fact, only zones 1A, 2A, and 3A, 5A, and 8A are actually active voter-approved zones generating any revenue to fund flood control efforts. Zones 1A, 2A, and 3A have active flood control advisory committees that meet periodically to consider flood-related projects and make budget recommendations. It's worth pointing out that flood and drainage management responsibilities throughout the county are shared among numerous jurisdictions, including not only Sonoma Water, but also the Corps of Engineers, Caltrans, County Public Infrastructure, as well as the various cities within Sonoma County. So now John will expand on the stream maintenance program.
Thank you, Kent. As highlighted in the video, the stream maintenance program is a very successful program that provides for routine maintenance, long-term programmatic permits, best management practices, mitigation, and reporting. This combination of protocols provides the means for Sonoma Water staff to complete the maintenance of the flood channels in a timely, responsive, and efficient manner. Since the program was implemented about 15 years ago, Sonoma Water has completed about 250 sediment removal projects. That's about 15 projects a year, covering 32 miles of engineered flood control channel. This entailed the removal of 33,000 cubic yards of sediment, which computes to about 3,300 dump truck loads a year. The sediment removal is necessary to restore and maintain the flood protection capacity of the channels. Through the mitigation program, Sonoma Water has partnered with other organizations and property owners to restore 40 acres of mostly upper watershed areas in order to reduce sedimentation into our flood channels and planted over 10,000 trees along our channels with the goal of providing a shaded riparian canopy that improves water quality and reduces the growth of invasive plant species. Sonoma Water also regularly patrols our channels to remove trash that would otherwise impact water quality and habitat. In addition, Sonoma Water has been very proactive in maintaining its flood control properties, such as Spring Lake, for fire fuel reduction. As many of our properties are located in the wildland-urban interface, we recognize the obligation for responsible land stewardship, and we work to develop shaded fuel breaks that reduce the intensity of fire. In addition to mowing and brush removal, we have an active grazing program that incorporates sheep and goat grazing in areas where that management approach is most effective. Some of the challenges that we are facing include unauthorized camping on our flood channels and the resulting trash, water quality, and habitat degradation that result, aging infrastructure, and the increasingly high cost of sediment removal due to limited disposal options and fuel costs. I'll turn it over to Carlos for engineering aspect.
Thanks, John. So complementary to the maintenance side of the house and stream maintenance program that John just highlighted, I'd like to just highlight some of the successes and challenges on the flood management planning front being advanced through our engineering division. Some of those successes are highlighted here on the slides. I want to start out highlighting the significant investments we've made in modernizing our hydrology and hydraulic models, primarily within zones 1A, 2A, and 3A. Also advancing several feasibility studies looking at identifying opportunities for flood reduction. Those have been focused heavily within the Petaluma and Sonoma Creek watersheds, including downtown Pengrove, Upper Nathanson Creek, and more broadly in the Upper Petaluma watershed. We've also engaged in several of the smaller flood zones to a greater degree in recent years, including improving our understanding of flooding in Alexander Valley and Green Valley Creek as well. Also wanted to highlight the investment and dividends that have been paid by our Sonoma One Rain system. So this is a network of 28 rainfall, stream, and soil moisture gauges that were primarily installed on the heels of the 2017 fires. And this gauge network provides not only real-time data and awareness during rain events and flood events, but it's also paid really large dividends in improving the calibration of our models and also in aiding AQPI with kind of on-the-ground gut checks of what the radars are seeing out there in the world. I'd be remiss not to highlight some of the successes that we've been able to achieve through some critical partnerships, not only regionally, but also with state and federal partners, including partnerships with USGS and Pepperwood to better understand post-fire flood hazards and really understand the duration of time it takes us to get back to kind of baseline watershed conditions, where we don't have to be concerned with mud flows and debris hazards. Also wanted to highlight some of the work that we've been advancing with our partners, primarily Sonoma Land Trust and San Francisco Estuary Institute in Sonoma Creek Baylands planning and Petaluma Baylands planning, not only taking into consideration sea level rise, but also future climate and that kind of coincident flooding in those tidally influenced lands. And lastly, a EPA Water Quality Improvement Fund grant that we recently won with San Francisco Estuary Institute called Sediment Solutions. So really looking at building more resilient baylands and beneficially reusing sediment from our flood control channels. Along with those successes come many challenges. Future climate extremes, certainly one that we continue trying to better understand and prepare for, and we'll hear a lot more about that in our afternoon session, but certainly indications point to higher frequency of flood extremes and some of the weather whiplash that was spoken to earlier. Other challenges in kind of flood management planning really focus on identifying detention locations. Those have proved to not only, they've proved to be very difficult to find, not only in the landscape, but working with community stakeholders. Nobody wants detention in their backyard. So we continue looking for those opportunities and identifying partners to facilitate that outreach effort and identify locations where we can reduce flooding. A couple other challenges, won't spend too much time on these. They've been spoken to before, but budgetary challenges and staff challenges. The majority of flood planning work is being advanced out of the design engineering group, so there are lots of competing priorities, particularly with the infrastructure focus that we've been hearing so much about today. And our strategic plan also highlights the need to dedicate planning staff, not only for flood planning, but sanitation planning and water transmission planning as well. With that, I want to kind of look to the future, really focused on increasing our understanding. These new models that we've significantly invested in really afford us the opportunity to increase our understanding of flood risk. We can leverage these models as we have in several other broader agency efforts, including the Climate Adaptation Plan. Those models really formed kind of the foundation by which we could increase precipitation, increase tidal levels, and see how the systems respond. We've also been able to leverage primarily the Santa Rosa Creek model with our federal partnership with the Natural Resource Conservation Service in broad planning efforts such as Central Sonoma Watershed Project, where we're now looking at the future of Spring Lake, Matanzas Reservoir, and some of our smaller reservoirs to continue providing flood protection for the community over the next 50 years. These models also afford us the opportunity to really identify where our biggest vulnerabilities are and identify opportunities for projects, and it allows us to do some scenario planning. One of the other efforts to really increase our understanding over the coming years is advancing a pilot project with Horizon, really aimed at identifying and quantifying level of service that we're providing throughout these systems, and understanding the sensitivity of these systems to small changes that occur over time with respect to roughness, vegetation, and sedimentation. And hopefully that will feed back to our maintenance program and result in better maintenance of our systems and identification of projects to improve that level of service. Also want to speak to the assessment of flood risk management services in Sonoma County, a countywide effort that was funded through the county's Climate Resilience Fund. You'll be hearing a lot more about that also in the afternoon session on climate. But the overall objective of that system-wide county effort is really to identify where there are gaps in service within the county and really aiming at filling in those gaps. Also want to just highlight our continued investment. It's also been spoken to, but with our state and federal partners, AQPI, CNRFC, the River Forecast Center, and Scripps Institute in improving forecasting, and really the future, I think, is being able to operationalize those forecasts and ingest that information into our models to better understand when and where flooding is going to happen. With that, I'd like to turn it back to Kent Gilfie to
Carlos,
speak.
before you leave that slide, could you explain what we're looking at, particularly the upper right-hand side?
Upper right-hand side is some hydraulic model results. So these are two-dimensional models that we run, highlighting what a detention pond could provide in terms of flood reduction benefits.
Is this any particular area in the county that we might know?
This particular area is rests just on the watershed divide between flood zones 1A and 2A, in between Copeland Creek and Lehigh Creek that drains down to San Pablo Bay.
All right, thank you. And what is AQPI?
Advanced Quantitative Precipitation Information.
Thank you very much. You can proceed.
Sorry for the acronyms.
No worries.
So I'm going to give a little more focus to one of the projects that Carlos mentioned, the Central Sonoma Watershed Project. So this graphic highlights the Santa Rosa Creek watershed there in the blue shading and elements of the Central Sonoma Watershed Project. The The Central Sonoma Watershed Project is the signature flood control project that for the last 60 years has provided essential flood protection within the Santa Rosa Creek watershed, protecting the city of Santa Rosa, including downtown, upstream and downstream residential and commercial areas, and downstream ag lands. The project was implemented in partnership with the USDA's Soil Conservation Service, now Natural Resource Conservation Service, along with the local RCD and the city of Santa Rosa, based on the original 1958 work plan. Sonoma Water was the local sponsor for this federally funded project and has taken on the operations and maintenance responsibilities of the project since those facilities were constructed. Some of the key elements of the project include 4 detention facilities, Spring Lake and Matanzas Reservoir being 2 of the largest, 2 diversion facilities on Santa Rosa Creek and Spring Creek, 21 miles of constructed flood control channels, and the Matanzas Creek and Santa Rosa Creek tunnels under downtown, and the Spring Creek bypass culvert that is located within the Southeast Greenway parcel currently owned by Caltrans. So the project has largely outlived its 50-year design life. It no longer provides the 100-year level of flood protection it was originally designed to provide, and the dam does not currently meet current NRCS dam safety requirements. As a result, Sonoma Water's currently engaged in 2 NRCS-funded planning efforts, evaluating vulnerabilities and deficiencies with the project with an eye towards identifying necessary modifications to enhance the level of flood protection that the project provides and bring the dam and detention facilities into compliance with current NRCS standards. In the near term, NRCS and Sonoma Water anticipate releasing a draft environmental assessment for public review this summer to construct modifications to address deficiencies at the Matanzas Creek Reservoir. And if a project is ultimately approved and local match funds can be secured, NRCS funding can fully pay for the design and 65% of the construction. A similar planning effort, the second effort, is underway for the remaining Central Sonoma Watershed Project detention facilities, also funded by NRCS, and is anticipated to ultimately result in similar recommendations to address flood and seismic vulnerabilities. I'm sorry, that's just reiterating the elements of the project. Okay, so this is the draft proposed expenditures for the upcoming fiscal year for all the active flood control zones. It shows that the annual budget is most heavily influenced by costs associated with implementation of the stream maintenance program. In aggregate, those costs represent approximately 2/3 of the total expenditures, with the balance designated for flood protection studies, project development, like we've heard this morning. These expenditure categories remain in proportion fairly consistent year to year. Also indicated here in the box are the expenditures for each flood zone, having by far the greatest amount of existing flood control facilities and the associated maintenance obligations, not the least of which include Central Sonoma Watershed Project. Zone 1A has notably higher expenditure obligations than the other zones. And lastly, this is the anticipated revenue for the upcoming fiscal year for those same flood zones. At around $13.8 million, it's about $1 million less than the anticipated expenditures for the year, indicating that we'll be drawing from fund balance to make up the difference. And unlike the water transmission and wastewater systems, there's no annual rate setting process for the flood control zones. As shown in the pie chart here, the flood zone revenue is derived almost exclusively from property taxes. The balance of revenue is derived from some project-specific grants and other miscellaneous revenue. And as with the expenditures, the predominant majority of revenue occurs in zones 1A, 2A, and 3A, with zone 1A, Laguna Marquest, being the single largest source. And that concludes our presentation portion of this discussion. We open it up to questions or discussion.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Gorin.
Thanks, Ken. Great information, and I appreciate the conversation that many of you had previously with my team regarding the Matanzas Creek project, and thank you for working on that. It's really important as a flood control series of projects, I guess, but in general, When will that come to the board?
So we anticipate sometime this summer that an environmental assessment will be presented for public review, as we mentioned. We are currently scheduled, however, for a regular calendar item on April 18th, I believe it is, to present some of the options that we're looking at for Matanzas Creek, as well as discussing the broader Central Sonoma Watershed project, the broader planning study looking at the system as a whole.
And I know that we really focus our efforts on flooding for the Russian River for obvious reasons, but you and I both know that we have serious flooding issues at Sonoma Creek, especially down at the bottom of the bathtub. And sadly, we had a young couple recently purchased a fire rebuild just south of Sonoma Developmental Center, where the creek was so high and so fast flowing that half of the yard disappeared. And their house probably is not habitable, and we don't have individual assistance. That's not my question. We're still pursuing this. It's just really frustrating. The question is, we get calls all the time from constituents up and down Sonoma Creek and its tributaries regarding trees down in the creek, and they want the water agency to come out and really work on creek stabilization. You showed some beautiful photographs of restoration in another creek, potentially. What's not clear to the community is that we don't have maintenance authority and ability on all creeks in Sonoma County. Do we have the ability to move outside of those channels where we don't have that maintenance responsibility to do the kind of work that you demonstrated with the creek naturalization to help withstand some of the flooding incidents that we saw this year?
Thank you for that. I think there's a couple aspects of it. There's certainly a financial aspect involved too, but I think I'll let John, if you would speak to what we can do kind of programmatic permit-wise and from a stream maintenance standpoint.
Yeah, so as far as the stream maintenance program, so our stream maintenance program really covers for engineered channels. We do sediment removal, bank stabilization, vegetation maintenance, because engineered channels are a designed, constructed facility designed to provide flood protection and bank stabilization. We do have some very limited programs in natural channels. I mean, natural channels are subject to flooding, meander, bank erosion. We do have some easements in some natural channels, but it's really to remove blockages. But most of the natural channels are on private property, so unless there was it really would not be feasible for us to be out on different private properties doing bank stabilization. It really needs to be more of a public benefit, so to speak.
Well, of course, the public benefit is restoring the creek, slowing down the water, and I'm working on funding potentially for diversion in Sonoma Creek, but also this house is just south of the developmental center. So it is a public benefit for the future of the SDC. And I hope you please contact me because I'd love to talk with you about possibilities to fund some planning efforts that are already in place but have lack of funding. So we need to slow it, spread it, sink it, and it is pretty dire in this specific incidence. This home was burned in the fire, just rebuilt, and just lost half of its land. So I'll continue. Please contact me and let's talk about possibilities. Thank you.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you. And thank you so much for all of this information. I wish that we had this in sort of a bite-sized piece that we could share with everyone to honestly explain the limitations and challenges that come with managing flood control and where we do and don't have jurisdiction. And actually, I do want to say a thank you to Anne for the many hours that she has spent educating me over the years about this and, having conversations with our constituents as well. I wanted to check in on a couple of our areas. Number one, I know that we're working on a potential partnership with a local RCD with respect to Green Valley. And I understand that we might be even working on a formal MOU. So I just wanted to touch base on that. That was something we had talked about during budget hearings of last year. The opportunity to draw down funds utilizing a local match and hopefully actually advance a restoration project there that would also have some benefits to protecting our public infrastructure in one of our very flood-prone areas. And then my second question, I'll just get it in so you can start thinking about it, is just checking in on Fife Creek and also honestly expressing my thanks in that I think that has been holding up very well over the past few years. And I've actually gotten, shockingly, notes of thanks from residents saying, hey, I can't believe that it didn't, go over its banks with the most recent storm. Of course, it did flood when we had, the huge storm in January, but it has been able to carry quite a bit of water away and keep Armstrong Woods Road open, which is fantastic. And I know that's where a lot of our limited funds go in that area. So just checking in on those two areas.
Yeah, I'm thinking Mike might be a good fit for Green Valley, and while he's coming up, I can talk about Fife Creek. Fife Creek, we do
Mike gets all the hard ones, by the way. Anytime there's like a tricky situation in West County with lots of agencies, he's the go-to guy. I think you need to let that one up.
Yeah, so I can touch on Fife Creek real quick. Yeah, we do have Fife Creek. There's a portion there along Armstrong Woods Road that is considered an engineered flood channel, so we are able to get in and do regular annual sediment removal. And we know that we're certainly not going to prevent it from flooding there, but it definitely, we do see the benefit, and it's something we're going to be able to, with our stream maintenance program, keep up on the annual maintenance. So.
Thank you.
Good morning.
A tougher one.
Good morning, Chair Corsi and members of our board. This is Mike Thompson. With regard to Green Valley Creek, there's some really good developments that have been happening. It started with last year during your budget deliberations where I believe you set aside $1 million to addressing Green Valley Creek, and we are looking to match that with $500,000 from Zone 5A and have that funding available to provide to the Goldridge RCD to complete a restoration design that would also, they'll be doing that design in collaboration with the Sonoma County Public Infrastructure and looking at a project that provides both fishery benefits, habitat benefits, and reduces the frequency and magnitude of flooding on Green Valley Creek. So I think that's really an exciting opportunity in the plan. We were working on that with Linda, with you, and with your staff, with Leo, and with Elise, and we'll be working with Public Infrastructure, Goldridge RCD, and Sonoma Water, working on an MOU, bringing that back to your board to lay out the responsibilities. But where the Goldridge right now, they receive funding from NOAA, I believe, to update a 2016 feasibility study for Green Valley Creek. They're going to be working on that over the next year, I believe. And then once that is done and they've identified a preferred project, the great thing is then for them and for all of us is that there's going to be this funding they're waiting for and then move from feasibility study into design. Once the design is done, the thought is that that'll get that project to a shovel-ready place where there may be natural hazard mitigation funding or who knows what other funding, but getting that project to a shovel-ready position really gives it a great opportunity for success.
Thank you so much. And I just want to sort of conclude on a little bit of a sober note, which is that, during our storms in January, we lost a number of human lives. And at least one of those, excuse me, was due to drowning and flooding. And so, at some point, I would love to bring back to the board a conversation with public infrastructure around what we can do in terms of educating members of the public, even as we work towards these long-term solutions, because I think that these kinds of solutions are critical, where there are both environmental benefits as well as benefits to protecting our infrastructure. And I know that there are needs in West County and East County and North County, in South County and in Central Santa Rosa as well. And so I'm looking forward to, I think it's very exciting that we're in this place of making substantial investments in absolutely long-term problems, right, that have been occurring for decades and decades. And we are really sort of leaning in and making that investment. And I think it's very, very exciting. And it's great to see sort of the benefits all around Sonoma County. But one thing that we've kicked around a couple of times in prior flood years was, is there some kind of a motorist fine for folks who specifically drive around closed roads to enter the water and ultimately incur tremendous costs on our first responders? That can also just help raise awareness. And then how do we continue to push out the messaging, around turn around, don't drown? Because a lot of these areas that you work on, you are saving lives through these projects, because we know, unfortunately, that some folks do end up driving through these roads and unfortunately sometimes pass away as a result. So thank you so much for all of the work. I'm really excited to see the progress throughout Sonoma County. And at some point, maybe we can bring back through Department of Emergency Management and SoCoPI a conversation around how to reduce drowning risks and kind of further educate the public. And also thank you to your whole public informations team, because I know that you were also pushing, I know that we were all pushing it, Sonoma County Public Infrastructure was pushing it, and Sonoma Water was pushing the turnaround, don't drown message. And so I like to think that it could have been worse had we not been out there with the public information campaign, as sad as it was to lose the life that we did.
Thank you. Supervisor Abbott?
Thank you all very much. Appreciate all the work. Thank you for being so responsive to my office when we contact you regarding, who's responsible for what. And I guess that brings up my first question: is who's responsible for what? Because it seems often, and I know that a lot of it is dictated by historically what was handed to the agency to take care of. But I also know that, and correct me if I'm wrong, John, but if it flows under the freeway, then that's a Caltrans thing. If it goes over here, it's a jurisdictional thing, or even a property owner thing. And I think that, again, based by the number of calls that we get, people don't understand who's responsible for what. And I guess I'm trying to look over the horizon, and my two questions really are this one, about how can we kind of holistically take the whole stretch of a tributary or stream or creek and kind of make sure that we manage it correctly, because I would imagine it would be frustrating for the agency to do a great job on the stretch you're responsible for and then have it be clogged at the nearest, whether it's Caltrans not getting to it or some other agency. So how can we better that? And is it a CEQA issue? Is there something that we can do proactively to move forward to make that a better situation? If it is the problem that I am making it out to be, because you're the expert there. The second piece is really funding. And I know that, hey, Zone 2A, and I think you added that little box because I went back to look for the individual zone funding, but whether that 2 point whatever million on Zone 2A, for instance, or any zones, if that's, is that in perpetuity? Is there a sunset? Does it have an escalator? And have we been, collecting these dollars, but not, has the value of the dollar diminished over years that we're, it's not where it should be? Because again, I think it's up to us, and what are we going to do about that? Because we have to have the dollars to be able to pay for the projects going forward. So 2 questions there, just the one on the financing, and how that actually works, what you found the trend to be, and what our trend of work, and I know that, it's a sliding scale, but then the kind of the skip lesion approach of taking care of streams.
I'll start. And I'll start, I think, the latter question there. So the funding, yes, if it's in perpetuity, is based on property tax. The revenue for those zones originates as pre-Proposition 13. It's just based on property taxes. So yes, it does. There's no sunset to the property tax revenue for the flood control zones. At the same time, there's no escalator per se. It's the value that we receive in revenue is based upon the value of the properties that are assessed. So I will point out that for 20 years, from 1986 to 2006, we did have a supplemental benefit assessment. I'd say it provided maybe somewhere between 25 to 30, a quarter to a third more of revenue. That did sunset in 2006. We do not currently have another benefit assessment comparable to that. So as to the adequacy of those funds, Zone 1A is particularly challenged to meet all the obligations because we have so many existing flood control facilities in that zone to maintain. So it is challenged, but there are some funds for us to do some of the flood control planning. Adequate funds, however, to implement projects. We were heavily reliant upon being able to identify grant funds, and hopefully we can, at that point, provide enough local match to move on the implementation of some of those. So kind of the funding aspects of that. Who is responsible question. Carlos alluded earlier to some of the climate resiliency funding that is helping to fund an effort to look at that very quickly. I think there's complexities to that question that aren't easily resolved, but we are planning on moving forward with a collaboration planning effort to do just that, to look at how flood response can be better managed among all these jurisdictions that are involved in the process, and hopefully avoid the exact thing that you've identified there, Director Rabbit, as to, we've got this section and you've got that section, and it is very frustrating for the public. And I think as public agencies, we can do better, and we need to identify what all those issues are and try to move that effort along.
No, I very much appreciate that and recognize that, we're kind of in our box, and it's a bigger, more, like you said, Kent, a very complex situation. I trust within that the cities are also, the jurisdictions are also collaborative in nature. And of course, by collaboration, I mean financially contributing to the solutions and the work that we're trying to do. Have we found that to be the case? And then do we leverage those dollars or vice versa? And if not, what can we do about that?
That's a good question when I start thinking about efforts we've got federal entities involved with the Corps and state entities, with Caltrans, and then other county and city departments. So certainly many of the cities and the county are contributing to their respective roles and efforts. I don't know how well, I wouldn't speak too well to the coordination of those funding efforts. I think that's part of what can hopefully come out of this planning process that we're endeavoring to pursue. Jake, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I think you summed it up pretty well.
Well, we'll just make sure that we continue to collaborate in all matters with all jurisdictions that are responsible for stream maintenance. And I just want to make sure that we're all pulling that same direction and that we don't come to this literally the roadblock or the stream blockage that creates the problem going forward. I do appreciate very much the detention piece. Curious if you have any idea, and probably I could imagine there's not been enough projects to really show any significant change with the new stormwater management rules and the kind of a little more localized isolation or detention ponds, metering of water. I suspect that's a positive in the long run, but maybe there's just not enough of that yet to make a significant difference in terms of the work that we need to do.
Yes. So as Carlos alluded to, there are multiple challenges on that front too, as far as creating new detention. We are trying to advance those as multiple benefit projects, not only reducing flood, but enhancing groundwater recharge, providing environmental benefits. We've made headway on some projects. But a lot of these projects do encounter pushback in the public. As Carlos mentioned, a lot of people don't want these detention facilities in their neighborhood. So we are still striving to try to develop these multi-benefit projects and in a successful manner.
I hope that we could use all the tools available to us from on this board, be it open space, and to really make sure that we can move that forward. I think that it's a great opportunity. We talk about groundwater recharge, and not every site that is a detention site is going to be work well in that regard. But is there a way to kind of pull all of this together with all the different kind of whether funding sources and/or efforts going on to make sure that we're collaborative there? And I know, and as you probably know, right, when I was first licensed as an architect, it was if you had a catch basin, it was get rid of the water as quickly as possible to the nearest stream or safe discharge. And now, of course, it's the opposite. And it does create, and I think we've all seen certain projects where maybe localized flooding has occurred because of it. So working through that, I think, is an interesting piece going forward. Very much appreciate the work. Thank you. Petaluma being at the bottom of the bathtub, as is always told. But again, with talk about our water, the volatility of our water and weather patterns, the entire county is susceptible to these same issues, and we know that, and you have a big job to do. So thank you for that.
Supervisor Gore.
Absolutely. Okay, going back to, I think you probably know what I'm going to talk about a little bit because we've been talking about it for years, which is the other zones on the flood zone map, not the ones that are there. I want to applaud the work on the Central Sonoma System 1A and what we're doing in partnership with NRCS to try and secure funding and potentially even get some legislative changes that would allow us to qualify, basically writ large for the rest of the board. I used to be with NRCS. I was the assistant chief there in a former life. And one of the things that we've learned is that these systems which were built, in the 40s, 50s, and early 60s, many of them, urbanized around them, and now they don't qualify for funding out of the same funds that created them because they have urbanized, and so you don't have enough ag land around them. So it's not a surprise. There's actually a coalition around the country that we've participated a little bit with, that is trying to get secure funding for all of these structures that are at the end of their projected lifespans, right? And local partners are all trying to figure it out. This has been ongoing for 10 or 15 years. But the bigger thing for me is right now that you all are moving on that work is really what we do with the other flood zones. I'm really interested, I don't know, Supervisor Rabbit, Supervisor Gorin, on that list of flood zones, I understand why flood zone 4A and flood zone 5A per se, I believe it's 5A, Dry Creek, maybe that's 6A, were not created. There's reasons. They were gravel mine areas. SIAR purchased the majority of the in-stream holdings, or the artist formerly known as granite, basalt, right? But I'm interested in why 9A never formed. Is it just because it was near the bay? Was it some of the same issues of farmers not, looking to, pay a tax and a fee to have their land managed? Looks like that's right. Okay. This is important because for my colleagues, you hear a lot of talk about Alexander Valley, but one of the things that I'm very interested in working with the staff and with you all, Supervisor Gorin, just as you said, Sonoma Creek, and Supervisor Rabbit, you've talked about other areas, and Supervisor Hopkins, down in the lower river and things, is I'm really interested in not only we've looked at can a district form out there that could take on flood control responsibilities, but also the other thing, do we activate flood zone 4A in Alexander Valley? Because I actually am at the point where I don't think anything's going to happen flood management wise for 5 to 10 years, even with the kind of climate extremes are happening, if we don't step up and take ownership. So I'm interested in some of our infrastructure funds that we've set aside through the last budget, maybe potentially transferring over to do flood proactive reviews. We've talked with Mike. We've talked about doing a feasibility study that really kind of goes into it and looks at that and the levees and others, but I'm really interested in not just looking at creating a flood zone 4A and going out to all the landowners and saying, hey, we want you to now pass an assessment with Prop 218, considerations there and fund it for, a couple $100,000 a year. But I'm interested in potentially transferring infrastructure dollars over to that, to do that work, to start to fund whether it's the studies or the active management. I mean, we have areas that are just, as we all know, in Geyserville and upwards in Cloverdale, where everything has to be done under, top environmental review, management, sustainability, but there's no way private industry is going to do that anymore in a world where environmental review makes it more expensive. And I say that not in an inappropriate way. I think that's valid. This is a public concern now. So I'm really interested, I just want my board to know that, because I would say don't be surprised if we continue to travel down this route for another 2 or 3 or 4 months and we decide that, we're going to have to do something up there. And that, some of you have allocated your infrastructure funds towards parks, or Supervisor Gordon, I think Maxwell and others, other things, but this might be a place where I'm interested in putting some money for us to say, not just like $200,000 a year and wait a long time to do something, but fund the studies, fund some work, and try and get some things done in the next 2 to 4 years. So I'm interested in just some conversation on that. John, Mike, anything, we've talked about a feasibility study, just so that I just want to daylight this so that the board knows also that this is an area we're targeting. We've been talking about for 8 years. Any thoughts?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. And yeah, this has been something that's been talked about for years. And again, I think it's one of in your budget from last year, I think you had set aside $1 million to look at Alexander Valley. And from our conversations, and actually Jessica and John and Kent and I have been working on this internally, that there's a couple things. One is, again, from our discussion, there are some, I think, immediate needs that can't wait for 2, 3, 4 years. And from when I think back to the days of before we had our stream maintenance plan, and John, you remember this well, but while you were John put together our stream maintenance plan, we did individual permits for individual projects because we had to keep doing sediment removal. We couldn't wait for this. And so there may be a benefit to using some of the funding you had referred to do, to look at individual projects and to have something moving, short term, get working on it this summer. You wouldn't be able to probably get the project done this summer, but maybe the following summer or so, but really start looking at this, because I think you're looking at the Munsell Bar and the Geyserville Bridge there really being threatened. I think it's Riverside Road. Yeah. Also, there's this intersection between what's happening on the river and really some absolutely critical transportation structures. And so I do think, and we've heard it, and the need for something sooner than later there. And then longer term, though, in looking at what could you do in Alexander Valley with regard to flood protection, some of the work I know Carlos has worked on with groundwater recharge, with levee management, with what happens with Potter Valley project. There are a lot of and what's great in that area, you have a new energy behind organizing, which I don't think you had before. So I think there's this confluence and there's this convergence around doing something. We all know everyone has different ideas what that should be, and so the idea would be to put together, to use some of the funding you had set aside, the water security funding, on a feasibility study to start get our arms around, to study how are things working and what would be feasible projects, what would be feasible programs to help improve water management in the Alexander Valley, both in terms of habitat, water conservation, groundwater recharge, all those things. There's so many opportunities.
Yeah. Let me ask a question. To be able to do active projects for us through Sonoma Water, to be able to participate in active projects, like if we wanted to transfer money to go into not just 1A, but let's say 4A or 9A, would we have to create those districts to be able to fund projects in those areas? Or would we maybe be able to do projects without forming full districts?
That might be a question for county council, but my initial thought is I don't know that you need a district to do that because the districts they're still districts, but they are still owned or operated by the Sonoma County Water Agency.
Okay, interesting. Well, that'll be for follow-up. I want to thank you for that, and that'll be a follow-up item for us. I'm not going to go too deep into it. I just wanted the colleagues to know that that's one thing we're working on. The second thing I think is very relevant for my colleagues as well is, with Sonoma Water and others, I'm probably going to bring an item back for the board to have a discussion on under our 8-hour rule, which is maybe under, real estate purposes. I've talked with Council Pittman on this, is that all of those holdings, which were the gravel holdings, the SIR company recently sold its profit generating holdings to a group called Vulcan, which is very active now in Sonoma County. If you've not met them or done work with them, but don't be surprised. They purchased some of the facilities that were actively working down on Todd Road and others. And so there is still under SIR Holdings, however, 14 miles of not straight linear, but on both sides of the Russian River and undercarriage in Alexander Valley that are a prime focus for restoration, for mitigation, for recreation, and for other things. And then there's the other stuff down near the Riverfront Park that is other pit mines that are in the process of reclamation. So had some introductory conversations with Ag and Open Space, Parks, Sonoma Water, Permit Sonoma, and I'm probably going to figure out with council whether that's a real estate item that comes back in closed session for review or a item that sticks in that comes back for review in open session so that we can weigh in on that as a board. I'm not looking for any requests for contingencies or anything, just more scoping it out and maybe we probably need some kind of a contractor, maybe even through some of the funds that we've already set aside or cobbling it together to scope it out. So I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Supervisor Gordon.
Just a quick thank you, Supervisor Gore, for bringing that forward and talking about the flood control districts. And I have at least one that's not funded at Southern Sonoma Valley. And for whatever reason, going back in history, of course, with the transportation measure MDD measure, we found that self-help allowed us to use matching funds and go out and leverage those funds. I think the same thing would be true with the flood control district. And maybe it would be easier for those residents in that district to approve a district formation if, in fact, we created a problem or a challenge and that here's the solution. And so they may be amenable to some kind of self-help and not just rely on Sonoma Water and other entities to fund something that's so essential for their, the flooding at Shelville is just, they're done with it. And I don't have a solution yet, but maybe.
I agree. I appreciate that. I think I like your philosophy of it too, is that I don't want to just transfer money for a one-time flood project that helps things out. If they're willing to step up and fund $200,000 to $300,000 a year in an assessment, but it takes a long time for that money to generate projects. If we supplement with a public entity, like, okay, we need to get some active projects on the ground, that's much better. It's kind of like funding vegetation management when there's not a community wildfire protection program or a group, right? We just cut, yeah. So, okay, well put. Thank you, Supervisor Gordon.
Thank you. Going to move on to the next subject here. Just ask staff and the board to keep an eye on the clock. We want to get in some time for public comment after this before we have lunch. And I know that some of us also have other things on the calendar this afternoon, so we don't have the whole day. Moving on to sanitation, everybody's favorite subject, and recycled water.
While staff are coming up to the dais, I will introduce them. We have Mike Thompson, who you've heard from recently, Assistant General Manager for Maintenance, With Mike will be Emma Walton, who's our operations manager, and David Royal, our maintenance manager. And as we've discussed earlier, there's a brief video to set up this, this subject matter, and we'll try and stay on time and make up some time here.
Hello, my name is Aurora Alexander, and I work as an operator in training for Sonoma Water. We are at the Sonoma Valley wastewater treatment plant located near the town of Sonoma. Sonoma Water manages and operates 8 different sanitation districts and zones and treats wastewater for about 30,000 single-family dwellings.
We are at the operations building where we control plant functions and monitor its performance. Sonoma Valley Wastewater Treatment Plant is our largest facility and serves 17,000 equivalent single-family dwellings. Wastewater at Sonoma Valley is treated via mechanical, biological, and chemical treatment or disinfection. At the end of the treatment process, the plant produces high-quality, tertiary treated recycled water. Recycled water is an important source of water for agriculture and wetland enhancement, and its use offsets potable water demands. Now we're at the headworks, the place where raw sewage from domestic and commercial sources enters the treatment plant. At this point, mechanical treatment removes large, mostly inorganic solids in the waste stream. Unfortunately, it is here where we find many items that should have never gone down the toilet. Remember the 3 P's for items that can be flushed down the toilet: pee, poo, and paper, toilet paper.
After removing large solids, wastewater undergoes biological treatment in the aeration basins. Here, air is injected into the wastewater to promote the growth of microorganisms which feed on organic materials in the sewage. Microbes are also used to assess how well the plant is treating water.
After undergoing biological treatment in the aeration basins, wastewater then flows by gravity to the clarifiers. Here, suspended solids settle to the bottom of the clarifiers as thin mud, which is known as sludge. Notice how treated wastewater flows over the weirs of the clarifier and is sent to the tertiary filters.
We are at the structure that houses what we call the tertiary treatment filters. At this point, treated wastewater is filtered to produce recycled water. The tertiary filter removes very small particles that are 10 microns or larger. 10 microns in diameter is about the size of a grain of pollen.
After going through the tertiary filters, the clear effluent flows into the chlorine contact chamber, where any remaining bacteria and other microorganisms are destroyed. Chlorine disinfection is the last step in the wastewater treatment process.
Off-site reservoirs with a combined capacity of about 200 million gallons are used to store recycled water from the tertiary filters.
Recycled water is an important source of water, and its use offsets potable water demands. It is used for local irrigation of agricultural areas and wetland enhancement at Shell and Hoodeman Slough.
We appreciate your interest in Sonoma Water and Sonoma Valley Wastewater Treatment Plant. For more information about sanitation services, please visit www.sonomawater.org/sanitation.
Good morning, Chair Corsi, members of the board, and thank you for wading through those first minor topics to get to your most favorite topic. So we're finally there. I'm here with David Royal, our maintenance manager, Emma Walton, our operations manager, and Lynn Roselli, our finance manager, to give you a quick presentation here. So let's start with some key numbers that Ann put together for us. So thank you, Ann. And 1995, that was the year Sonoma Water took over management of what were the county's wastewater systems. They were managed by the former Sonoma County Public Works. 11 is the number of sanitation systems that were transferred to us. 8 is the number that we still manage. 30,000 are the number of people these systems serve. 1.8 billion, that's the amount of wastewater that comes to our treatment plants, and 750 million is the amount of water that is actually reused and recycled. 40 is the age of our youngest systems, and that is our Russian River CSD system and our airport system. 70 is the age, and it actually underestimates the age of our oldest system, which is Sonoma Valley. And Director Gorin, I think, as you know, SDC is part of that, and part of SDC is over a century old. So it's really, it's an old system, but one we love. And $4 million is the amount on average over the last couple of years that our general fund has contributed towards these various sanitation systems. And we have, I'll say, kind of divided these systems into three types. So type 1 is what I'll call just collection system only, and that's where we manage a collection system and treatment is provided by others. So we have four of the 8 fall into that category. 2 of the systems are similar to what we saw at Sonoma Valley. It's what we call an activated air system, and our Sonoma Valley treatment plant, which I think most of you have toured, and our Russian River treatment plant that hopefully most of you have toured, fall into that category. And then 2 of our systems are what we call facultative pond treatment plants, and that's our airport treatment plant and our Geyserville treatment plant. And they all of these systems, you know, one isn't necessarily more complicated than the other, but they all have very distinct personalities. And to get into those personalities and some of the challenges and the successes we've had and manage those, I'm going to turn it over next to David Royal, who will talk about some of the challenges, and then Emma Walton will talk about some of our successes. So turn it over to David.
Thank you, Mike. I also want to quickly thank Chair Coursey for acknowledging the hard work of our staff during the storms in January. It's greatly appreciated that you brought that up. They did do yeoman's work and couldn't have got through it all without them. So thank you very much for that. The first challenge, so we have 3 big challenges: the size of our sanitation districts and zones, the aging infrastructure that we face, and lastly, climate change. I'll address each one individually. So the size. So sanitation systems that we manage run from very small, Occidental being the smallest, with 272 equivalent ESDs, equivalent single-family dwellings, or ESDs. I'll refer to them as ESDs moving forward. And then Sonoma Valley being a small system, which has 17,548 ESDs. We do not have any large systems under our management. The remainder of the districts range from approximately 4,200 ESDs in South Park to 350 ESDs in Geyserville. So it's a series of very small or small systems that we have to take care of. And with the size of these systems, there's no economy of scale when operating them. Whether large or small, we still need the same infrastructure to treat the wastewater, the same staff to operate, monitor, and conduct lab testing and reporting for compliance. For the very small systems, this does result in some of the highest sanitation rates in the state of California. This has led to Sonoma Water transferring, as Mike indicated, approximately $4 million annually to the districts and zones in order to offset rate increases. As you will understand when we discuss the next couple of challenges, this money could be better used for replacing infrastructure and preparing for the impacts of climate change. Challenge number 2 is the aging infrastructure. As many of you have seen from the tours that you've been on, and thank you for taking the time to do that, we have a lot of infrastructure in many of our systems that is nearing end of life. Our wastewater systems, as Mike mentioned, are between 40 and 70 years old, Sonoma Valley being the most extreme example. The collection system in Sonoma is comprised of vitrified clay pipe that is in need of replacement. The slide on the right, I think you'll see up there, illustrates some of the challenges with this material. As you can imagine, significant inflow and infiltration could be experienced if this pipe fails. This leads to increased volume in the collection system as well as flow into the plant. And as a result, we could experience overflows in neighborhoods and increased treatment costs at the plant. Sonoma Valley experiences the vast majority of the overflows in our system, but recent trunk main projects and inflow and infiltration improvements at Sonoma Developmental Center have helped to significantly reduce these overflows. Typically in storms like the recent ARs we have experienced in January, we could be subject to many more overflows, but due to system improvements and around-the-clock staffing for sewer bypass operations, we've been able to minimize these issues. This work is noisy and disruptive to residents, as many of you may have heard from your constituents. Let's see. With sewer, there are significant health and safety concerns as well when things fall apart. The photo on the left is a park in Guerneville that was the site of a sewer force main rupture in 2014. Again, extremely disruptive to the residents in that neighborhood, and something we would like to try to avoid if we can just maintain things on a recurring basis. Given the lifespan of our facilities, the aging infrastructure of collection and treatment facilities require ongoing replacement and maintenance projects. Our staff do a phenomenal job keeping our systems together, but ongoing replacement is required throughout all of our sanitation districts and zones. Lastly, I'll talk briefly about climate change, which will also be addressed after lunch, but I want to touch on it briefly here. Impacts will be felt in a variety of different ways. The table that you see on the screen is from our 2021 climate adaptation plan, and it illustrates the vulnerabilities of our systems and highlights the need for continuing investments in collection system and treatment plant upgrades. As the slide indicates in red, Pengrove, Russian River, and Sonoma Valley are subject to the highest risk. Large storms, such as atmospheric rivers, will increase inundation of the collection systems in Pengrove and Sonoma Valley and increase localized flooding that will impact Pengrove and Russian River. Sea level rise will also impact our low-lying facilities, such as Pengrove, Russian River, and Sonoma Valley. And then, of course, wildfires will impact access and operation of treatment facilities and lift stations in Russian River. FEMA grants have recently provided funding for elevating the Pengrove lift station electrical and control panels up out of floodwaters. In this last series of storms, this allowed staff to continue pumping over 1.7 million gallons of wastewater, thus avoiding major overflows in Pengrove, going back to your comment earlier. In addition, your willingness to hear our challenges, visit our aging infrastructure, and support our funding needs is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much for your time, and I will pass it over now to Emma Walton, our operations manager, and she has the luxury of talking about some of our successes in the sanitation.
Thank you, David. As David mentioned, I get the distinct pleasure of talking about some of the successes that we've been able to accomplish over the last few years. I'll be focusing mainly on three kind of key areas. One is really our success in optimizing our use of recycled water, our ability to make real investments in our infrastructure, and our intent focus on planning and preparing for the future. So as we face the impacts of climate change and drought, one of our major successes has been on the recycled water front. Drought has a particularly effective way of helping us all grasp the value of water, and recycled water really is and will continue to be an important part of our water supply portfolio. Through regional approaches and through really great regional partners, we have been successful in optimizing the use of recycled water. 100% of the water produced at airport and our Sea Ranch facilities is beneficially reused. Similarly, at the Sonoma Valley plant, during most years, that water is also reused for irrigating crops and playing fields and for restoration of the Napa-Sonoma salt marsh. The recycled water produced at Russian River does currently exceed our reuse capacity, but by upgrading the disinfection system to a UV system, we are able to safely discharge that water to the Russian River. We are hoping that through future planning and or regionalization efforts, one day we will be able to reuse 100% of the water produced at the Russian River facility. Lastly, with respect to recycled water, I wanted to mention recycled water from a revenue standpoint. Historically, recycled water has been viewed as a liability and given away or sold at minimum fees. We are successfully helping change that perspective and are moving towards collecting rates that more accurately reflect the value of this important resource. By 2023, we are expecting to generate nearly $500,000 in revenue from the sale of recycled water. The second major success I wanted to highlight is the investments that we have made in our infrastructure. David hit on one of the most recent tangible benefits of raising the electrical equipment at the Pengrove lift station and the real improvements that it made to our ability to respond effectively during those flooding events. Similarly, the investments that we've made in addressing capacity deficiencies in Sonoma Valley collection system helped alleviate some of the sanitary sewer overflows that we would have historically experienced in this area. We will continue to address these capacity deficiencies through multi-phased efforts to replace and upsize these sewer trunks and mains. We've also made recent investments in the microfiltration system at the airport plant, at the Russian River plant. We've made investments in our clarifiers to address seismic issues. We've installed new influence screens and tertiary filters. We've made upgrades to the biological process. For Sonoma Valley, we are currently underway with a construction project to make upgrades to the headworks, and this board just recently approved a construction contract to upgrade the clarifiers for seismic resiliency. Really, the take-home here is that while we are facing aging infrastructure, we have made and will continue to make investments in this infrastructure, and we need to stay diligent in continuing these investments. The last success that we wanted to highlight is the investment in planning for the future. We are continually planning and preparing for the future and to address many of the challenges that David previously mentioned, including climate change, aging infrastructure, and systems that really have a very small rate base. To address climate change challenges, we have developed and begun implementation of our climate adaptation plan, which we will hear more about from Dale Roberts and Molly Ocean this afternoon. As you are fully aware, our aging infrastructure is another major topic at the forefront of our attention. We have and are continuing to address some of our immediate needs with the projects that I mentioned previously, but we also want to make sure that we are better preparing and planning for the future. We are currently underway on master plans for some of our larger sanitation facilities. These master plans are being completed in concert with recurrent updates to our hazard mitigation plans. These master planning efforts, coupled with our hazard mitigation planning efforts, will allow us to effectively identify our vulnerabilities, prioritize our infrastructure improvements, and help position us for grant opportunities, particularly with an eye on funding for systems serving disadvantaged communities. For Sonoma Valley in particular, we are targeting collection system replacement projects in the hills east of Highway 12 in the Springs area. The pipes in this area, as David had mentioned, are in very poor condition, which contribute to overflows. To increase the effectiveness of the collection system replacement projects, some of the county's water security fund may be used to offer grant opportunities to property owners to support the replacement of private laterals, which often contribute to overflows. Lastly, to address some of the budget issues that we experience from operating small sanitation systems that don't have a substantial rate base, we are looking at a number of approaches. One, transfer of ownership, and two, consolidation. Some of the systems that we operate, like South Park and Sea Ranch, offer intuitive opportunities for transfer of ownership. We are continuing efforts to transfer South Park Sanitation District to the City of Santa Rosa and Sea Ranch Sanitation Zone to a local operator. For systems that don't have a natural transfer of ownership option, we are looking at opportunities for consolidation. In Occidental, we are continuing efforts to address the rate challenges associated with operating such a small system through a potential consolidation with Grayton. We will be receiving $1.4 million through a federal appropriation bill to complete the design of a pipeline to carry wastewater from Occidental to Grayton for treatment, which would provide both benefits to both the Occidental ratepayers as well as the Grayton ratepayers. Additional consolidation and regionalization opportunities may be available for other small systems, and we would like to continue to explore those potentials. Some of the county's water security fund may be used to assess regionalization options that could provide benefit to some of these small wastewater systems and unsewered properties, particularly those subject to the Russian River pathogen TMDL. These regionalization options, very intriguingly, could also help identify opportunities to utilize our region's recycled water more fully and beneficially, which is of great interest to us. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for allowing me to share some of these successes. With that, I will hand it back to Mike to review some of the budgets.
And do a real quick high-level review of the budget here. In May, we will be bringing sanitation budgets before you for your consideration, including the rate increases for this. Here's we're going to do a very high-level look at this. Roughly for our spending, about 60% of our spending is for operations and maintenance, both in terms of just regular day-to-day maintenance, and we also have other large maintenance projects that we do. And about 40% is for infrastructure, for capital replacement and capital improvement projects. And our total estimated spending for the next fiscal year is around $57 million. From a revenue standpoint, not surprisingly, the vast majority of our funding comes from annual service charges. About 80% of our funding comes from that, and then the remaining 20% is a combination of grants and bond funding, and also contributions from the Sonoma County Water Agency's general fund. And that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you all. We'll start at this end this time. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Thanks for bringing poop to the table. Nothing I love more than running for office and never really knowing how much time I would spend with you all regulating poop, right? It's an amazing thing, but it's so relevant. And I say that jokingly, but I also state, you think about it. I look over to my left, I see Dick here, and I think about when I was in high school, right, here in Sonoma County, and I heard about this crazy plan on the radio to dump poop water up into the mountains above the geysers, right? And I remember, once again, this is, what year was that? I think I was in high school. What year?
It started in 94, but
yeah.
It went operational in 2000.
Yeah. Well, and I say that because, so it's high school, Montgomery High. I read an article about it the other day.
It was a bargain. It was very expensive, but it was a bargain.
But it's an amazing example of something that at once was considered, this was, I think for me, even as a young man, the first time that I heard about something that was considered a liability turning into an asset, right? Pun intended. With that being said, we have so many other areas where we have now, as a culture and as a community, embraced recycled water, reclaimed water as an asset. So jokes aside, it's fascinating to see the same project that was dealing with something that at one point washed into our, overflowed into our rivers and our laguna and into our ocean ultimately, and went up onto a mountaintop to create a sustained source of renewable and clean energy. And now to be some of that same resource be coveted and desired by other people in the agriculture community, for other kind of building activities, other kind of uses, whether it's secondary, tertiary, even the discussion of reverse osmosis and other things along the line. So I think I start that with a high level question about something that, not just in the operation of this system. What I'm really interested in, I want to start from a conceptual side, something that Supervisor Hopkins really led on and I teamed up on with a budget request a couple of years ago in our budget, not this last year, but was to kind of do a assessment of where we were at and where we needed to go with some of the other areas in the system, not the centralized Santa Rosa system that has a single source and obviously much more complexity than I'm giving it right now, but some of the other areas. And obviously I don't have as many as downriver and others, but I think about Geyserville, I think about the capacity and the use in the airport area. So for me, really, it's been kind of like this amazing example of grunt work, kind of trench work innovation, right? And I'm just interested from your perspective where potentially that money is going, which we kind of highlighted to try and say, hey, what other recycled waters are there out there in the system that we could potentially use for benefit and transfer? And what's your out, because we're going to get some of the details about like current plants and how do we manage them and which do we switch over to sewer in certain areas, the dreaded word, right? And all these other things. But I'm interested from a high level perspective, what I'm talking about wastewater into value and what you see from a system-wide approach of our biggest opportunities right now.
Yeah, thank you for that good question. And I think there were several questions there. So, but I will, yeah, with regard to the value of recycled water, one of the, and I'm glad you mentioned the City of Santa Rosa wastewater, the Laguna treatment plant and their system. I think honestly, it's one of the biggest. It's an amazing asset to the whole county, and it's something that we could see in the future. Somehow make it, it's so useful and it's this huge asset, and I think it's going to be even more important in the future. So on one thing that you mentioned is with regard to the unsewered communities, and there are a number of those, I think, starting at Fitch Mountain, going down through Jenner that are subject to the Russian River pathogen TMDL, and I think I don't know if Michael is still here. Michael McDeasy is here from the county, who's leading up efforts on. I know there is a mapping study that the county is doing for that, and we've talked about potential some of the water security funding going towards actually continuing Michael's work that he's doing on to understand the unsewered communities and what might be opportunities. But there really could be opportunities for these unsewered communities to take the water from their on-site wastewater treatment systems and turn that into a new source of recycled water that could be put to beneficial use in other parts of the county. There's also, I think, there are actually outside of the Sonoma County Water Agency system, there are other small systems I'm thinking in terms of Forestville County Water District and Grayton in particular, who are also small systems that struggle with same thing. It's, David talked to it and Emma addressed it. It's the challenge of small size. When we looked at the expenses of 60% or 60% going to O&M and 40% to infrastructure, those costs are very much independent of size. You're going to be spending, David Royal said, you're going to be spending the same amount of funds whether you're treating 30,000 gallons a day for the most part or 3 million gallons a day. They're very similar. And so that challenge of size is, I think, a challenge not just for our system, but other systems. And to the extent that we can start looking more holistically of providing both, are there ways to better manage these small systems together, both in terms of providing rate relief to disadvantaged communities and to maybe making better use of the recycled water, I think really is a great way to look at the future. I hope that answered your question. Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you all for the work. Appreciate it very much. And on the recycled water, I can remember also being probably when he was in high school, when I was on the Petaluma City Council, and we used to have to pay local farmers to spray the water really for no real purpose other than just to get rid of it. Well, they weren't even growing anything, which is kind of frustrating. And now, of course, it's a commodity, and that's a good thing because it'll monetizing something like that is a positive in my mind, because it'll continue to push us forward. And thanks to you all for the work that we've done thus far with the North Bay Water Reuse Authority, really being kind of a unique, one-of-a-kind, and top-rated program for years and years until others perhaps caught up. But it goes to show you too, at the end of the day, it's great that you can go and get that 25% cost share and 7% from the state, but there's still the other 60 some odd percent that you got to come out of pocket. And with smaller, even relatively throughout the North Bay entities, it's hard to do. But great projects, and I know that we're still on the back burner, but we're still there, ready to launch forward, going forward, and I think that's great, using every drop of water twice. I guess and just from the bigger view question, other than transfer of ownership and consolidation in terms of our responsibility. I mean, there's no magic capital that can be spent on packaged plants or something. I love the idea of actually connecting via pipeline where possible, and apparently that you can do that with on the Occidental with Grayton. And I know the other ones are more remote, so it's not possible. Is there plan B or C, or is it really just those two as our only way to get out of spending the $4 million a year on the general fund dollars?
Yeah, that's again, great question. And for, again, highlighting how our systems work, I think several of them, like I said, half of them are collection system only, and they already are connected larger systems. And except for Occidental is one, a little bit different. But if you look at the three systems, South Park is the most, but it's our lowest rate, and it's connected to the biggest system. And that makes, I think, a huge difference. And so much of it is, like I said, Occidental's moving towards consolidation, full steam ahead, and that is something I really give a lot of credit to the Grayton Community Services District Board. They've actually been I would almost say the leaders. They were the ones that approached us and recognized the need, and so I really give a lot of credit to their board in looking at that. In looking at our Guerneville treatment plant, the Russian River treatment plant, I think there is work there's a feasibility study now being conducted for Monterey and Villagrán as a pilot project. Those are communities that are subject to the pathogen TMDL. They're also disadvantaged, and they'll be doing a feasibility study. And one of the likely options they'll explore is connecting to the Russian River treatment plant, and having those additional customers would be a huge benefit for that, from financially for the ratepayers for both. And there's also, just depending on the amount of outside funding, I think there's somehow making use of what recycled water from the Russian River treatment plant is not beneficially reused. It would be great to find a way to get that into a larger system. The West County, I think in particular, has about probably 1,000 to 2,000 acre feet of recycled water that could be available every year. And then that could really help offset a lot of agricultural uses and actually all uses, especially in drought years.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much for the Pen Grove Lift Station project. Yeah. And it goes to, I assume we're going to talk about it as we talk about climate adaptation, but your facilities are always at the low point, which is the water's high point, and the two don't mix very well. So I appreciate that. Just in terms of going forward, any difference, substantial difference between a zone and a district in terms of either how we operate today and or if there are some changes going forward? Maybe that's more of a legal question. Just curious, we have 2 districts and 6 zones. Is that how it should be? Oh,
we have 4 districts and 4 zones.
There you go. I wrote them down wrongly.
Honestly, they're all operated the same. There is no difference in that. One thing, though, Emma talked about is the potential consolidation or transfer of the South Park Sanitation District to Santa Rosa. Right now, for example, South Park is actually all of the collection system, all the operations and maintenance is actually conducted by the city of Santa Rosa under contract. And the idea is and this was part of the Roseland consolidation or the Roseland annexation, is this idea to eventually transition from having, as that district gets smaller and smaller, as more becomes part of the city system, that would likely get transferred to the city. And we've been working on, Lynn's been the primary person on that. I think is a 6 or 7 year transition plan to make that a smooth transition. So right now, I believe, is City of Santa Rosa doing the billing? Not yet, okay.
But any kind of consolidation or transfer doesn't really make a difference whether it's a zone or a district?
No.
Okay. So what's the 4th district? I have
Russian River. I may have miscounted. Okay, Occidental, Russian River, South Park, and Sonoma Valley.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for all the work.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Hopkins.
So we're talking about sort of potential for consolidation as well as actually transferring some of these sanitation districts. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the possibilities for expansion kind of as we move forward with the implementation of the Russian River TMDL. And as that study moves forward, what are some of the possibilities that we have? And then a follow-up question would be, are there any sort of possibilities in which we could look at sanitation districts as some kind of a revenue generator as well? Because I think that even if you consolidate, even if you potentially add more users, we are still facing aging infrastructure, increasing regulation, and a limited ratepayer base in rural communities. And so I feel like, you know, we at the end of the day, we don't want to price folks out of living in these areas with skyrocketing increases every year to these fees. And so how can we, potentially look at the recycled water as sort of a, you know, potential revenue generator or as something of value, which we haven't really done traditionally in the Lower Russian River, although it has been considered an asset in other parts of the county. And then sort of another question is there any possibility that something like renewable energy could become part of the mix to create some kind of revenue generation or offset of costs?
I think, as Emma mentioned earlier, how in I think it's Sonoma Valley in particular, where we've gone from having a product that was similar to, I would say, when the Sonoma County Water Agency acquired the sanit management responsibilities for Sonoma Valley in particular, it was very similar to Petaluma, to where we were paying people to use recycled water in one form or another. And now, as Emma said, we're going to be generating about $500,000 a year in that. And part of that actually goes, and big part of that is, Director Rabbit mentioned, was the North Bay Water Reuse Authority, and essentially building additional recycled water infrastructure to get the water to where the demand was, and in doing so, you built a market for step one is to build a market for the water, and you have to get your product to an end user, and that's where not necessarily consolidation maybe isn't the right word, but it's interconnecting these systems so that you can get the product to market, is I think one of the primary things to look at. And that is primarily going to need to make that cost effective. It's going to take a lot of grant funds to do that. But again, if we're looking at climate resiliency and potential drought and all these multiple benefits that go with these interconnections and the benefits that come from it, I think there's an opportunity, and I could see in the future where the recycled water sales can be a bigger part of funding these systems. With regard to renewable energy, I think I've heard conversation, I think Director Hopkins, with regard, is there opportunities for some type of pumped hydro, and where you might, are there elevation differences? And that's something that's probably worth looking into for some of our systems, and with some other potential opportunities coming up. But again, I think on that end, I think it's definitely worth looking for, and if there's, it would be great if there is outside funding that where you could actually build pipelines to take advantage of pump hydro plus recycled water use. So a lot of these things come from bundling together benefits, and that I could see that could be another add-on benefit to future projects.
Thank you so much. And if memory serves, currently the Russian River County Sanitation District is discharging water to water the Clar Tree and the golf course. Is that correct?
More than just the Clar Tree,
well,
but
the
yeah,
Clar Tree
but
forest.
It does get more. Yes, it is. That's correct.
So, you know, it certainly seems like there may be sort of more, you know, higher and beneficial uses than that in terms of water, you know, in which it could be really considered more of a valuable commodity. And I recognize that, you know, real estate acquisitions are, you know, a matter of closed session, but it is public that the Ag and Open Space District and the Water Agency have a potential shared interest in acquiring the property, which may have a willing seller at this point in time that is the subject of the timber harvest plan for the Silver Estate. So I just want to, if there's anything else we can add that is legal for us to share, I'll lob that ball over to your court.
And I think I'm going to lob it right back to you and maybe go, I think you've said enough that can be said.
All right, thank you. Just sort of, well, I'll just be honest, it's not really a question, it's more of a comment. Thank you so much for bringing up the idea of pump hydro and also the sort of opportunity to look at consolidation as a way of getting the water to the customers. I'm just going to sort of share with our general manager that this is something that I hope that we can invest some resources in terms of staff or, a consultant or someone to just sort of look at this and look at the possibilities. Ultimately, the implementation would be well beyond our local dollar capacity, but we have to have kind of a plan and a sense of whether it would be feasible to actually look at additional revenue generating measures that could kind of solve for, in some sense, these underserved, under-resourced districts that we are tasked with managing. And so I think that's a really critical thing, and I really appreciate, Mike, your leadership on this issue, because I don't know how you fit as many meetings into the day as you do with as many agencies as you do on as many subjects as you do, but I'm really grateful for the interest that you've taken in the Lower Russian River wastewater issue, as well as Green Valley and others.
Thank you.
Anything to add on that? Is it something that we can sort of look at in terms of how do we fully kind of investigate this?
At the moment, there is a Department of Energy application going in, which if we were to get that, would allow us to thoroughly investigate opportunities, one of which would probably be the Russian River treatment plant. I think Dale might refer to this maybe in the climate change in the afternoon, but we appreciate the direction, believe me. And I think that it is a resource. I'm always struck with Kevin Booker back there thinking about we cannot meet the demand for recycled water in Sonoma Valley right now with that treatment plant. He's gotten a mechanism by which we're getting increased revenue out of it, so it's absolutely possible.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gorin.
Great conversation, lots of interesting ideas for the future, but I want to thank you, Mike and Kent, and so many other folks working on the availability of recycled water in Sonoma Valley. I remember when Grant Davis came to me when I was serving on the council and said, I have an idea. What do you think about that? And pretty soon, those bittern ponds will be diluted, and then we can have more of the reclaimed water to work on the vines and potentially some of those businesses along 8th Street East without municipal water. And while you're doing that, plugging all the leaks and replacing the trunk line going down to Sonoma Valley long before I was supervisor, and you will continue that long after I serve as supervisor. So thank you for that. We would love to continue the track record of having no sanitary sewer overflows throughout Sonoma Valley. And I think we lucked out, maybe we lucked out this year.
I think it was more than luck. David, you might talk about all the work you and Danny Colvin and your crew did at Sonoma Valley Development Center, which I think was a huge benefit.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, when we were experiencing the storms of 2017, 2019, we realized there was huge inflows coming from the north end of the valley. And in looking closer at what's going on at STC, or what was as they were starting to vacate that facility, it was clear that some of the drainage issues and their drainage practices were contributing a lot of water to our collection system. Fortunately, we had a good relationship with the state of California. They allowed our crews to go in and check out the basements of some of these buildings, the downspout systems, all the drainage systems. And they were basically contributing stormwater into the collection system, as was probably the practice back in the turn of the century or turn of the previous century when they built that facility. So Danny Colvin, who I believe is in the audience right now, and his crew worked really hard to isolate all of those storm drain systems, the sump pump systems, and separate them from the collection system. We were experiencing a maximum of 2.5 million gallons a day during some of those larger storms to the Sonoma Valley collection system. And now, based on recent flow data that we've been monitoring, we've cut that in half, if not more. So we're doing a good job. I look forward to the day when SDC gets built out and we can replace that whole collection system, because again, it's vitrified clay pipe that is close to end of life, and it's in need of, of proper modern technologies to make an airtight system, or at least watertight. So
I think we can safely say it's past its end of life.
can we say that, Council?
But I also know that embedded in the EIR and the specific plan was the tantalizing option for creating a package treatment plant on the site of SDC, which would minimize the contribution of the outflow from the campus even more, and be able to reuse the water that is treated. And, I live in that active adult community, and the folks in Oakmont say, wait a minute, but we have that plant. And I said, no, it's past its prime. So Santa Rosa made that decision. But knowing that the treatment plant in Oakmont was abandoned because it was past its prime, the concept of a treatment plant, a packaged treatment plant on SDC or any other location, will it also meet the same fate of having to be abandoned? Is there obsolescence going to be built in at some point? Have I stumped you?
I just want to see if anyone else wanted to give it a try. So I think there's pluses and minuses to that. Again, my first concern would be what we've spent a lot of time talking about is small systems, and you essentially will be creating a small system that will need to meet all of the same regulatory requirements as the Sonoma Valley treatment plant. So it could be done, but again, it would seem to go in a direction that is counter to it might create challenges that we don't have already.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a nice way of saying, we're not sure. We're still working on it.
Yeah.
Thank you all for your incredible work. And I know no one, Brad Sherwood might have been the first one to say, there's a leak under Verano Bridge and we're working on it. And little did we know how deep it was. So thank you all. And I saw pictures of the fix, people down way deep in the hole repairing that, right next to a bridge abutment. And I don't think anybody really wants to get down into that deep hole, but you did it. Great work, folks, and it's now repaired and it's not leaking. It's probably, we're waiting for the next pipe to leak because the system is old. So thank you so much.
Yes.
I know Petaluma, thank you. I know Petaluma is soon will be in the process of updating their recycled master plan. And I know that we've had conversations, I've had conversations there regarding, what direction they will take. Obviously, they would love to get that water on the west side of town, but that's expensive. And they're talking about going north to get a few more parks, which is, in theory, great. But there's also a need, and this is really a statement, and maybe just making sure that when we look at how we support our folks within the county on the recycled water front, that we really try to use the highest and best use of that water. I mean, Anna Keller had put in a mile-long overland pipe during the drought to refill ponds for vineyards and other uses, ag uses down Lakeville Way. Certainly would be nice to move in that direction, perhaps, rather than, as much as I love watering a park, there might be other uses there, but really more into an area that won't have other really alternatives going forward. And I only say that just because I know that you're all aware of those kind of issues, but it'd be great to really prioritize as a region what's best for our recycled water, not just do it jurisdiction by jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate the conversation about additional revenues, whether it's recycled water or pump hydro. But I'd like to get an idea of what kind of a scale we're talking about. Right now, we've got a $4 million annual subsidy to these districts. I would ask if that was sustainable, but I understand it's been going on for decades, so maybe that means it is sustainable. Can that be absorbed into, can additional revenues cover that? And at what time frame are we looking at to not be doing that anymore?
Yeah, I think the lion's share of the subsidy is Occidental. And as we said earlier, we're on a path to end that. And that's probably in the 3 to 5 year time frame. And that should take away probably half of the subsidy. The other subsidy is for the other part we've been funding is for the Geyserville treatment plant, and it is again on the small side. And but I think we're looking at, and for part of the reason for the subsidy, honestly, we fell behind on rate increases for a number of years where our costs were going up faster than our rate increases, and so we're playing a little catch up on that. So we probably need about 3-4 years of catch up with Geyserville, and we should be able to phase that one out. And then, so each one has, I would say, a different phase out time, but both through if either additional customers or more collaborative work. I point to another effort, I think, with regard to the airport treatment, has received some subsidy, and that is planned to go away also, in large part due to our collaboration with the town of Windsor. We have been in the last couple of years with David was a big part of that too, and a lot of our operations staff, where we found a way to essentially, we now co-manage our recycled water systems, and that's reduced our costs there, and we're still reducing that more. And it not only has reduced our costs, it also has allowed us to really maximize our recycled water use, and Windsor is able to minimize their discharges of recycled water. So they're using our storage and we're using their irrigation. So we're constantly looking at, well, like I said, it's collaboration, it's interconnections and things like that, not necessarily full consolidations, but a lot more collaboration and interconnections we think is going to be key to reducing that subsidy.
Yeah, it sure makes a difference when wastewater becomes a product that is in demand.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
A full morning. I really appreciate all the information, the education, and answering of questions is great. Supervisor Hopkins.
You know, I just wanted to sort of speak briefly on the subject of the subsidies. And I think that really looking at those long-term solutions is critical. You know, we already have some of the highest rates in Sonoma County, if not the state of California, I've been told as well. And residents really, unfortunately, cannot currently bear the full cost of these systems, which I think makes that innovation piece all the more critical. And so, you know, I look forward to working on those long-term solutions, but hopefully without any major shocks to our residents, because the cost of living is already out of control, and unfortunately, wages really have not kept pace in a lot of these rural areas.
All right, we're going to go to the public. Does anyone here in the chambers want to comment on any of these subjects? Maybe sum it up for us, or come on up, Mr. Dowd.
I guess I can say good afternoon now, can I? It's kind of reached that point. I don't have anything to say to you other than I want to extend my deepest compliments to the directors of the Sonoma Water, also Board of Supervisors, and the excellent staff that you have put together to work on these issues. We're at a time when, in my opinion, and you have a lot of experts here that are employed at Sonoma Water, but it is my opinion that we're at a time when technology in the area of disposal of our wastewater and providing drinkable, potable water, that I think you can really find some solutions that fit in really, really well. Mike Thompson has mentioned quite a few of them. The thing that I want you to be aware of is that in the areas of reuse of wastewater, there's a lot happening now, and it's going on full bore around the state and other states as well as California. And the thing that we have to do here is recognize that many of our systems, both water supply and water treatment, they fall into areas where they're diverse, but they need to be complementary. And if you look at how Sonoma County is divided up with their treatment systems and water supply systems, it's really a difficult thing to work. The simplest thing is you have Healdsburg, a fairly good sized community that's north of where Dry Creek comes in. So they're dependent on Potter Valley and Lake Mendocino. Nobody on the offhand would know that. And then a few miles south of Healdsburg, you got Windsor that's on the Sonoma Water system that it gets out of Lake Sonoma. So it's all those things that have to be put together. But the increasing technology that we are seeing in water supply and water treatments and also renewable energy, one of the things that Santa Rosa did while I was chairman of the Board of Public Utilities, along with others like Supervisor Gorin, is we have pumped up for almost 20 years, about an average of 15 to 16 million gallons of treated wastewater up there that now doesn't have to go in the river and get wasted. But the technology up there has modified a little bit where they can either expand the geothermal fields because they have more water now going up there than they formerly used to need because they're recirculating that treated wastewater. So there's just all these elements that are going on, and my compliment to all of you is that this is a perfect time to really dig into it and see what solutions you can come up with, because I think they'll be very successful.
Thank you, Dick. Thank you. Come on up. Yeah, 2 minutes.
Hi. Joel Hoyt from Glen Ellen, California. Last summer, there was a pretty good effort to inform the public about water-saving opportunities. Went to the websites for the county and the city of Santa Rosa, and quite frankly, I was a little disappointed to see complete lack of information on gray water. The gray water action people kind of rose to the occasion to fill in the information gap. And what I found is that the county is a little bit tied up because of the state regulations, the codes related to gray water. And I would really like to see the Permit Sonoma break away and establish some more liberal guidelines toward allowing residents to use and use their own gray water. The food is a fundamental human need, and fossil fuels are involved in every part of it, from the getting to the store to mining supplements to keep the farmlands fertile. In the future, we're going to have to go back to using a human excreta, process it, and use that to amend our local farms. It just feels like water is a precious commodity, and it just feels disrespectful for us to be defecating and urinating in it when there's people around the world that are dying because of not having the suitable water, drinking water.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else here in the chambers? We'll see if there's anyone online. Marcy, are you still with us?
Yes, thank you. If you can please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you're a phone-in attendee and would like to comment on the one item before the board today. Thank you. The first commenter is Michael, followed by Jake, and then Nick. Michael, if you can please try and unmute. Sorry, Michael, I'm not hearing you. If you can email any comments to bos@sonoma-county.org, we'll be sure to forward them to the full board. Jake, if you can please unmute and begin.
Yeah, thank you. Am I properly unmuted?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Jake McKenzie. A historical monument in the field of water policy in Sonoma County and the North Coast. And I have a few points that I'd just like to make. Number one, it is so refreshing to hear a properly historically accurate discussion of these policy matters going back to the founding of the water agency and giving the public a perspective on events in the past that shape how we are going to move forward into the future. It's something, frankly, that's been lacking in the commonweal over this last 2 or 3 years. So I'd like to thank you very much for that. Number two, interesting times in terms of the recycled water discussion. I'll focus specifically on Runner Park back in the 1990s when then Council Member Dave Eck and Supervisor Bill Cordham encouraged the concept of utilizing treated wastewater from the sub-regional plant, which, by the way, had been funded back in the 1970s by EPA Region 9 and the Clean Water Act monies. I believe that there is now a restitution of Clean Water Act wastewater treatment monies, which I'm sure you're looking into. And just finally, the unintended consequences of water conservation resulted in less water going to the sub-regional plant and therefore less treated wastewater to be redistributed. But anyway, thank you for a very intelligent morning of discussion. Much appreciated. Congratulations to all.
Thank you. Nick, if you can please unmute and begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. Yeah, I first want to say, as others have said, thank you to the whole board and to everyone, to all the experts from Sonoma Water who've spoken today. It's really easy to fall into a pattern of climate despair these days. And I am just so grateful to hear from so many people who are competently and consistently working on these issues for the future. I raised my fist in triumph when I heard that Sonoma County was the first county in the country to, I think it was to implement a forecast-informed water allocation, whatever. That was really, that made me really happy. So thank you all. And I just want to add one thing that we're seeing with climate change is that water is a very regional issue. What happens in one place impacts and is impacted by everything that is going on in neighboring areas. And so I would just like to see going forward water management plans coming out of Sonoma that are informed by and aligned with what is going on in Mendocino County, in Lake County, in Napa County, and in Marin County, because the more we can all work together, the better off we all are. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That will conclude public comment.
Thank you, Marcy. We're going to take a lunch break until, we'll try and get back here at 1 o'clock for the afternoon session. Grant, do you want to explain the logistics here?
Yeah, I want to thank the facilities staff for helping us set this up, and Lisa James for running through. We are in the position to save time. Those in the chamber, including the public, there are box lunches down at the cafeteria, just down the hall, that's been, I think, dormant for much of COVID. But that should allow us to get a bite to eat and be back here in time to start at 1. So look forward to seeing you down there. And I would ask that folks let the board get the lunches first, and we'll follow them.
Great, thank you.
Just confirming that you can hear me. Thank you so much. We're ready to go.
Thank you, Marcy. Welcome back, everyone. Looking forward to a hopping afternoon. Talking about climate adaptation, and welcome back, Anne. And we have Molly Ocean and Dale Roberts as well to talk about this subject. Do you have anything to add?
No, you just added it. That's good.
I just added it? All right. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Corsi and members of the board. To start out this afternoon, we'd like to play a little video for you. Another one.
The Sonoma County Water Agency's goal has always been to provide clean, safe drinking water. In 2011, the Sonoma County Water Agency's Board of Directors adopted a bold plan. They wanted to ensure that the energy used to deliver your water is clean, environmentally friendly, and does not contribute to climate change. Today, we are proud to announce that the Sonoma County Water Agency gets 100% of its electricity through renewable and carbon-free sources. All the electricity we use comes from a combination of hydroelectric, wind power, geothermal, and solar photovoltaic sources. We have also created our own renewable energy project to help reduce our carbon footprint, with over 11,000 solar panels at 4 locations, as well as the ongoing renewable energy project at the Warm Springs Dam at Lake Sonoma. Through greater efficiency and water conservation, we have cut our energy use by 27% since 2005. It is important for us to provide you with water with little environmental impact. This is one more way that Sonoma County Water Agency is working to make Sonoma County a cleaner place to live now and for generations to come. To learn more, visit sonomacountywater.org.
Starting the afternoon with a cartoon is always good.
Better on Saturday morning, though.
Right. I'm glad we're not here on Saturday morning. That's good. As you know, Sonoma Water relies on the natural environment and watersheds to perform our core functions that our colleagues presented this morning. Each of the groups mentioned for water, wastewater, and flood control mentioned the challenge of climate change impacts. With a healthy watershed, a clean natural environment, and a steady climate, we can perform our core services cost-effectively and efficiently. And because we rely on the healthy environment, our energy policy directs us to cost-effectively achieve carbon-free water by minimizing greenhouse gas emissions and by collaborating with others regionally on energy projects to further curb greenhouse gas emissions. And we continue to innovatively do so. But regardless of our energy efforts, climate change isn't going to give us a pass and stop at the county line. Climate variability and climate change extremes will test the resiliency of our water systems in the region and in the future. So with the direction of the Board of Directors, starting about 10 years ago, we took the proactive approach of producing a climate adaptation plan. Climate adaptation plan looks specifically at our local and regional watershed resources and how climate change impacts the health and conditions of our core functions and the watershed. Next slide, please. There you go. Looking at these climate impacts, temperature drives the other parameters up there. With higher temperatures, more moisture can be held in the atmosphere, and our modeling indicates that more precipitation variability, as you've talked about and you know about, varies storm to storm, season to season, and year to year. 3 years of drought followed by the sudden holiday storms are typical of what's predicted. And the temperature also would lead to, after intense precipitation, dry summers, increases the risk of wildfire impacts on the watershed, the water runoff, the water quality, debris flow, stream maintenance, and flood control functions. The climate adaptation plan that we developed that was approved by this board in October of 2021 resulted in approximately 80 specific actions across our 3 core functions of water, wastewater, and flood control, and we're now operationalizing those actions. Some of those actions identified were already underway and they're working well and we're refining as we go forward. Others are in the planning stages and getting kick-started. The actions range from infrastructure modifications, such as elevating electrical equipment higher above the floodplains, operational modifications of existing resources or assets and infrastructure, such as FERO, has been talked about quite a bit here. The Climate Adaptation Plan also emphasize continued measurement and monitoring and research in atmospheric rivers and precipitation impacts on water supply, flood control, and wildfire debris flows via Sonoma One Rain that was talked about earlier, the Advanced Quantitative Precipitation Information Project, collaborations with U.S. Geologic Survey, Scripps Institute of Oceanography, and others. We've also collaborated on vegetation management efforts as they impact water quality and wildfire, such as the Fire Smart work in Lake Sonoma a couple of years ago. We're also collaborating with other groundwater sustainability agencies and tribes in the ag community in winter water capture for aquifer storage recovery and flood manage aquifer recharge. I'm going to turn it over to Molly Ocean, our newest member in our climate resiliency team. She's going to provide an overview of some of the key projects in the water, wastewater, and flood control functions identified in our climate adaptation plan. Molly.
Thank you, Dale. My name is Molly Ocean. I'm Sonoma Water's new climate resiliency engineer, though I'm new neither to the county nor to Sonoma Water. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to work with several of you in the past and eager for more good work on climate ahead. Thank you for having us. So being new, I can't take credit for the impressive portfolio of climate projects I'll have the pleasure to present on this afternoon. This is thanks to the hard work and innovation of my peers. Our Climate Adaptation Plan, our CAP, as Dale mentioned, was approved almost 1.5 years ago by this board. It identified nearly 80 projects and programs across our core service areas. This pie chart here reflects the 32 projects identified for water supply, organized into 5 major actions. Here, I'll highlight a few CAP projects currently underway in our water supply portfolio. Pam Jean shared an update on forecast-informed reservoir operation, FERO, really an anchor project in our CAP and significant early win in our climate portfolio. Pam also mentioned our regional resiliency study. This is really the first of its kind effort to build an integrated model that works across our regional infrastructure and operations for Sonoma Water and our retail customers. This model significantly increases our capacity to pilot creative ideas under different climate futures. One focal area therein relates to winter water use, making the most of our peak flows during winter storms to mitigate drought during the dry season. One example was asking retail customers in Marin to use our water in winter when Russian River flows are high and rely more heavily on their reservoirs in summer. Last year, those customers completed a project to rehabilitate and recommission the Castagna pump station to operationalize this strategy. Another example is aquifer storage and recharge. Pam Jean mentioned this as well, where we're currently working to retrofit 2 of our wells within the Santa Rosa Plain so that we can pull clean Russian River water off the transmission line and store it in the deep aquifer for use, again, during that dry season, groundwater banking. On the subject of groundwater, we would like to note something that Director Rabbit also reflected earlier today, that Sonoma County's 3 groundwater sustainability plans were recently approved by the state. To date, 51 plans have been reviewed statewide and only 12 approved, including our 3. Groundwater sustainability is, of course, a key strategy in building our resiliency to drought. Another important planning effort I'd like to mention is our Wildfire Resilience Planner. Using PG&E settlement funds, the board charged Sonoma Water with developing a county-wide tool for spatial prioritization of vegetation management projects. We did so in coordination with UC Cooperative Extension and their parcel-level fuel mapper project. So ours works at the landscape scale, theirs at the parcel level. Susan Hayden presented an update on this tool to the board in January. That tool is now nearing completion, being beta tested by our partner organizations. We're working with Fire Safe Sonoma and others to schedule meetings for staff and members of the public to be trained in the tool later this spring. I know Susan and our partners at Cooperative Extension are hoping to request a future board item to report back on this investment in vegetation management planning by the county. Lastly, on water supply, Sonoma Water's CAP focuses on Sonoma Water's jurisdiction. But of course, Dale mentioned this too, climate change knows no bounds. So with support from the County Climate Resilience Fund, Sonoma Water and our Department of Emergency Management are leading a new effort to assess drought vulnerabilities and solutions countywide. This is as required by SB 552. This is a focused 2-year effort with the goal to queue up projects competitive for outside funding. Sonoma Water has contracted West Yost to lead this work, with work expected to begin later this spring. Next, looking towards our flood management portfolio, the CAP identified 30 projects, here captured in 5 major actions, diving into a few specific projects underway on our flood protection facilities. You heard from Kent earlier about the Central Sonoma Watershed Project. This is a major effort to improve the capacity and resilience of our flood infrastructure under climate change. Sonoma Water is also pleased to support a flood MAR pilot in Alexander Valley in partnership with the Pomo Dry Creek Rancheria Tribe and Jackson Family Wines, a project notably featured on the front page of the New York Times last week. FloodMAR is another winter water use strategy in which high river flows are directed into agricultural fields to replenish the aquifer for increased base flows in the dry season. Advanced quantitative precipitation information, you see, Chair, why we use the acronym AQPI, another effort that Carlos described earlier. This will be a significant step forward in characterizing and anticipating extreme precipitation once operationalized. And lastly, just like on the drought side, we have a county-wide flood risk management plan, really getting to this question, Director Rabbit, of who is responsible for what. This is an effort supported with the Climate Resilience Fund. Kent and Carlos mentioned it earlier. Again, looking beyond Sonoma Water's jurisdiction to document flood risk, clarify jurisdictional responsibilities among flood management agencies, facilitate coordination between those parties to identify opportunities to improve service, and then to make recommendations, again with our eye on leveraging future grant funding opportunities. And moving on to sanitation, what I now understand to be the preferred of our 3 core system areas. 28 strategies for sanitation were identified in the CAP, again captured in 5 main actions here. Some specifics. On sanitation in particular, we are working simultaneously, as Emma and David shared earlier, to complete urgent infrastructure improvements while investing in our capacity for long-range planning under climate change. David Royal shared, we know our sanitation system is vulnerable to substantial inflow and infiltration during storms. His team is implementing a monitoring and reduction program using smart manholes, among other technologies and strategies, to remotely monitor storm flows and pinpoint leaks to target our maintenance expenditures. And in 2022, we completed a flood resiliency project at Penn Grove Lift Station, another effort acknowledged by Director Rabbit, greatly improving the resilience of that sanitation system, which stayed dry in the December-January storms. Lastly, on sanitation, we continue to look for opportunities to expand our water reuse program, as Emma Walton shared earlier. And lastly, I'll give a grateful shout out to our incredible roster of partners who make this work possible. The board has shown long-term support for our research partnerships to improve our understanding of regional climate science. We're beginning to see the fruits of these investments, putting the best science to use to build resilience through targeted, strategic, and innovative solutions. With the CAP under our belt, my hire, and 1 more climate-focused colleague soon to be brought on board, we're in a good position to leverage these investments to seek additional outside funds, citing our CAP to advance regional resilience. We ask that you continue to support our climate research endeavors, as well as the science-based solutions identified through that work. Thank you very much for your time, and we're now open to your questions.
Thank you both for that presentation. This last page is the best one. It's great partnerships. And, you know, Sonoma Water, previously Sonoma County Water Agency, has always been a leader in this field. And I think that it's safe to say we all support the continued leadership of Sonoma Water on climate adaptation. Let me ask just one question before I go to my colleagues. Advanced quantitative precipitation, what's the I?
Information.
Information. Thank you. Aqua P.
If somebody can come up with a better name, we're open to it. It's proven difficult all the way across and misinterpretation.
All right. Board members, questions? Supervisor Gord?
I think I asked my question. Could you go through everything that we talked about and really analyze how you're going to change things for climate change? Actually, I'm a little puckish there, but I know we did approve the climate adaptation plan, and I've had just incredible admiration for all of you at Sonoma Water for setting the goals that you did and achieving the goals for carbon-free water way back when. And I know we did a hip hip hooray and celebratory meeting when we actually could meet before COVID. And so we know we've talked a little bit about pumped hydro, and you had that great graph of the various mix of energy uses for not only application for Sonoma Water, but what's the next big thing? And I've asked Grant this previously. I said, okay, carbon-free water, electric vehicle, electrification of vehicles, and what?
I would say on the energy side, load shifting and consuming as much power in the middle of the day as we can and avoiding or generating power in the evening hours by either pumping water uphill and then generating power coming back down or just load shifting when we deliver the water. But there's probably a lot of other ones, but on the spot, that's the answer I'm going to give.
All right, that's good. I'm going to probe a little bit further. So I know we have floating voltaics and different things for Sonoma Water, and we're close to, if not still, meeting the carbon-free water. How can we message to the community about what they can do to do their carbon-free water consumption, perhaps? What's the next frontier? How do we encourage folks? Yes, we know we have to encourage them to conserve water. That'll be the first step. But then what? How do we get them to understand the energy cost of water delivery and use?
Well, I'll say we do achieve carbon-free water, but I want to point out we also do it very cost-effectively, probably the cheapest power of any big user within Sonoma County by leveraging our power resources with other entities in the water community by joining we've been involved with, for almost 20 years with the Power and Water Resources Pooling Authority, where we aggregate all of our power resources together, and that allows us to, with some of the irrigation districts who don't use their hydropower allocation, we get that in the winter because they don't need it. They're not pumping water in the winter. They're ag users. And I want to point out that, no, we don't have floating solar. We explored it, but the private developer that we had, they couldn't quite make it pencil out. So that didn't get deployed.
Fails.
But other entities were able to do it. I'm glad we were able to introduce the idea. I would say on the what can people do in their homes, I would say water conservation. Outdoor water use is I don't know the numbers exactly, maybe you know, but it's a good chunk of summer water use. If you could change your landscape and minimize outdoor water use, that would help just overall on the energy front. And just less water in your household is going to use less energy as well, mostly in heating and the like. So the same strategies we've been using for years, we want to keep refining those and keep using those. I wish I had something new and sexy for you, but.
Well, if I could interject, our water education program has a great partnership with Sonoma Clean Power, and that has allowed us to both expand our service area, but also to really focus on that energy water nexus. And so we have lessons led by a really wonderful educator, really focused on the connection between energy and water use and water conservation. And it's very hands-on module, super interesting. If you'd love to visit a classroom who's going through that module, we'd be happy to have you. So we found, I think, with our great just general water education program, that is really one of the best ways that we can teach parents is by teaching their children, because as we all know who have kids, once they learn something and they come home, they want to practice it. So I think that's a really good first step, and we totally appreciate that relationship with Sonoma Clean Power.
And we do as well. And thank you for pointing that out. And of course, some folks at the water agency were instrumental in starting Sonoma Clean Power, and the interchange of ideas between the two organizations, as well as our CPA and now our own Skype program and the climate resiliency program that we've started here, are working so closely together to push the boundaries. But, I was thinking about the fact that we now have solar panels on our roof, so that is an expensive solution to have renewable energy pushing out water for irrigation. Now, if I could just create the water to push out, that would be great. So thanks, everybody. I really appreciate everything that you've done over the years. Fabulous.
Come back to this end, Supervisor Gore.
I just want to start by saying that I think we should reserve the word sexy for the recycled water conversation, not for the energy conversation. But I do want to, I think it's really important what you're saying is that there's two sides of resiliency. One is innovation, and the other one is just behavioral change, right? And how amazing that we sit here with the most water in our reservoirs that we've had in at least the last 4 or 5 years, but really a beautiful sustained weather year so far. And we are sitting here preaching conservation still to this point, right? Even though by preaching conservation, it means that we're going to have less dollars to put into infrastructure that is aging and is not working. And yet that is, I appreciate that you mention it, and because it really is the tale of our day is that I think most recently, and maybe you guys can let me know, isn't it like 50% of our water use in the summer months is for outdoor irrigation? That is not related to agriculture and vineyards and all those other areas. I'm talking about project water into our cities, right? Is that right? That sound about right? And then also I've heard a lot about the winter water use, right? The desired for, can you speak to that a little bit about the desire for increased efficiencies in the system on the winter side?
So a project you're involved with up in the Alexander Valley area that we're collaborating with, as Molly mentioned, with Dry Creek Rancheria and with some of the vineyards in the area, is capturing some of that unimpaired flow. We're not releasing extra water from the dams to meet the winter water, but allowing them to use existing irrigation infrastructure and basically overwater the vineyards that are dormant in the winter. And our role, Sonoma Water's role, is measuring the seepage rate and documenting, trying to quantify how much is actually going into the region and staying there and how much is circulating back into the Russian River. That's an excellent way. That's some grant funding from Department of Water Resources that Dry Creek Rancheria and other partners were able to pursue, but that's an excellent way of demonstrating how much and quantifying how much you can capture unimpaired flow-wise in the winter, and can you grab that back out in the summer. That's our role, is to measure that and see what that looks like. The other one is Pam and Kent mentioned the San Rosa Plains aquifer storage and recovery projects, where those wells are drawing from the San Rosa Plains groundwater. If we can take that winter water that's otherwise going to go to the ocean, pump it down the pipeline, re-inject that into those wells, and document how much can actually come back out. It's not going to be a one-to-one relationship exactly, but we're hoping it's close, such that we can capture that winter water without releasing extra water from the dams. It's those types of projects that we're exploring. Molly also mentioned the regional resiliency project, where we look at the system from the furthest upstream, Lake Pillsbury, all the way down to the furthest downstream. Sausalito actually gets some Sonoma water. And just looking at the whole system, what if it was all one entity? What's the most optimal, both on the seismic side, but also on a climate resiliency side? If they have other resources they could use, hold off using until the summertime, because there's often excess flow in the Russian River that's going to go to the ocean and that's the time to capture it. It becomes a tighter commodity in the summer, so capitalizing on built infrastructure, existing relationships, improving relationships, and studying what we can actually accomplish are some of the ways.
Well, it's amazing too, because the biggest thing that hasn't been discussed is not the project work, but is the water rights work, which is really underpinning everything. So proving this out is another one of these below ground heroes of us leaning in and, once again, trying to innovate our way towards where something's accepted, because not being able to use that water that you have used your water rights to put onto the ground and to sink into the aquifer, the beneficial use kind of doctrine is really interesting. Maybe I'll ask this question, Grant or anybody. Is there, as a part of the Flood MAR project, which is now being called on-farm recharge, because Flood MAR, nobody knows what it means. What's the discussion right now about leveraging that into a water rights discussion? Is it just not happening, or does DWR, kind of like the Army Corps would, is say, hey, I even see in the article from the New York Times, says, Eric, with, State Water Board and others, they'll honor that, hey, it's tough right now and we need a legislative change. So is there any efforts that we pursue right now in terms of keeping people in the loop while we build out this partnership?
Director Gore, we have our state lobbyist down from Sacramento, Mark Winstemaker. I'm hesitant to call him up, but if I misspeak, because you're following this most closely for us, please come down to the dais and inform the rest of the board. The Association of California Water Agencies, of which we're prominent members, is looking at the issue of water rights right now and readying legislation. They also are dealing with the challenges of aquifer storage and recharge. We got funding for this, and so did many other jurisdictions across California, but it's proven to be more difficult, and one of the issues is water rights. And so we will have to stay engaged, and we'll be working in coalitions, which is always the wise route to go. But we have a very unique project here. This is one that I think, it goes without saying, we got the significant amount of money, and I'm going to tie this back to the tremendous effort that our customers in our region, our water contractors, did to conserve water. We reaped over $40 million of state funding for a sequence of projects, including this Aquifer and Alexander Valley Recharge Project. Petaluma is expanding their recycled water project because of DWR's funding. They were telling us that because we did such a good job as a region, and Pam's earlier slide this morning showed the per capita volume water use go down, those are things that are noticed at the state. All of you have been up testifying and are willing to do these sorts of things to stay in the forefront up in Sacramento and working with our electeds. So it's a challenge, and it's an area that has to be understood better when you're looking at droughts and floods and being able to capitalize on large volumes of water that need to be secured quickly. There's not an answer yet, so we just have to be in coalition work and work with ACA. And Mark, you do excellent work for us, so thank you for that, staying in every meeting. But that's the true answer.
Thank you. Have you replaced the turbine at the bottom of the reservoir yet?
That goes back to supply chain issues. We've had some delays in procuring the switchgear that's delayed us a while, but
okay. We're still going to do it.
We're going to do it, yes.
Okay. If any of my colleagues have not gone down the chamber of madness, the elevator down into the bottom of the dam, it's worth a run. You might have to take a Xanax if you have claustrophobia, but it's well worth it. Thank you. It's good for me right now. I appreciate what you're doing. I also appreciate that this item came. Energy is always one of the things at the forefront in the innovation side, but I appreciate that we also structured this to go over some of the built infrastructure issues before, because oftentimes, as happens with Sonoma Water, we focus a lot on the innovation and we are leaning in and innovating into the future. But I think what was said earlier is that if we innovate without taking care of the foundation that's beneath us, which is the infrastructure and the pipes and everything and the retention ponds, then we really have nothing except a lot of fluff on the top side. So thank you very much. Sincerely appreciate it.
I did get to see that turbine when it was first put into service, and I think that was only like 30, 40 years ago. It didn't last any longer than that.
Getting our money's worth out of it.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is sort of what funding streams do we see as potentially available, say, through the Inflation Reduction Act, which does have a focus on climate adaptation and mitigation? So are there any opportunities that we're going to be pursuing in terms of federal funding?
Yes, we're in discussions of those. I'm not sure who to go for this one. Kent, are you still here? Oh, there he is.
I am here, I'm not sure.
Not happy to get up back there, Kent. Jumping up.
So the answer is yes.
The answer is that we're in discussions and trying to find the best fit and trying to leverage the fact that we have the climate adaptation plan under our belts. It's good bragging rights and foundational knowledge to present to these funding agencies such as DWR, Inflation Reduction Act, and what mechanism that Inflation Reduction Act money is going to come through, we don't know. So we're going to have to keep an eye on it as it channels through and cater it to climate adaptation needs. Do you want to talk to that?
Yeah, I'll just add that one of my first efforts in my new role is to review these 80 plans and projects and identify which ones are moving, which ones need a little lift. We're putting together, the Inflation Reduction Act money hasn't made its way down to the specifics yet, so that's very much what we're gearing towards, and that's with both this countywide drought plan and the countywide flood management plan looking beyond Sonoma Water jurisdiction. That's the goal, is really to queue up projects that'll be competitive. One near-term grant application we're working on, just on the subject, is related to this AQPI and kind of how do we bring that really sort of inspiring to geeks worldwide data set into something that is meaningful to the community in terms of an early flood warning system. And then that's my task ahead, is to kind of queue things up for funding.
Wonderful. And then follow-up question, Regional Climate Protection Authority is working on a potential climate revenue generation measure that would be on the ballot next year. And I'm just curious sort of what Sonoma Water's engagement has been. We kind of have subcommittees set up now. So there's sort of a land and water subcommittee that's being led by Carol Hart. We also have kind of more infrastructure, including transportation and buildings. I feel like Sonoma Water could have an interest in a number of those committees, and just curious if that's something that you're tracking and having conversations with staff over at RCPA about.
Yeah, excuse me, the Land and Water Committee, Grant and I were involved in the first conversation of those. Another staff member, Christine Burns, is our Sonoma Water rep on that committee. On the building and transportation, we're less involved in that. There's less opportunities. We've got a few buildings, but that's not, it's the wet side of the building that we're concerned about. So
great, wonderful. And then I'm really glad, I think it was Anne that brought up the Sonoma Water Education Program, which is something that I just has a really soft spot in my heart about that. And just kind of curious if there are any opportunities to expand that program, and also if you could sort of confirm that we are in fact now countywide. Because remember when I first got elected, the only kids who weren't eligible for the program were the kids who lived along the Russian River because they weren't Sonoma Water customers. And I believe that the Sonoma Clean Power Partnership has really allowed us to broaden the number of students that have access to that program. But just curious about an update, if there are any sort of things on the horizon in the future for that, any other nonprofits that we could partner with. I mean, to me, immediately comes to mind that Regional Parks is really leaning in and investing heavily in education and outreach. And are there any opportunities, both for sort of cross-marketing or for something where, you kind of take that framework and then it transitions into whether it's an overnight camping trip with Regional Parks or something like that. I feel like there are maybe some potential exciting partnerships that could be formed now that that program is just so effective and reaching so many students every year. And I do agree that the way to parents' hearts is through their kids, right? Is trying to get the kids to ask, hey, mommy, why don't we have solar? Why don't we, those kinds of conversations at the family level can really make a huge impact in terms of cultural change. And especially when we have so many housing units in Sonoma County that are already built, where it's really a retrofit conversation and not sort of, what can we regulate that's going to be built going forward. It really does have to come down to personal choice in a lot of these situations.
So for water education, through our role and partnership with Russian River Watershed Association, we were able to expand classroom visits up into Ukiah, Cloverdale, Healdsburg, so reaching more of the watershed, and also that Sonoma Clean Energy partnership has allowed us to go into some of the other districts too. In terms of things on other partnerships, we've partnered with Land Trust on a variety of educational programs to the communities that they serve, a lot of hikes and things like that. We've also, we have a really great relationship with the Regional Parks Foundation where we help provide some partner money for one of their programs that reaches out to Spanish-speaking families in terms of swimming safety and things like that. I don't know, Grant, if you wanted to add anything to that, but we're always looking for opportunities to, I'd say, especially given our new strategic plan, to really reach unserved and underserved communities that are part of our area. And so we'll be specifically actually reaching out to board members to ask you for information about partners that we may not be working with who have a tie-in on the water resources side so that we can expand our reach and education into those communities.
Through the chair, I would just confirm that you're quite right, that we were not able to get down to the lower river because of not having a customer base there. So your early suggestions and involvement led to the development of curriculum through Sonoma Clean Power and then our ability to expand on. So it is safe to say that there's a very good, robust collaborative amongst the nonprofit groups that do education, and it's informed by regional parks and Sonoma Water's combined efforts. So we're basically have a goal of touching about 30,000 kids a year, primarily aimed at the 5th grade level where there's curriculum that's tied to that. So it's a great program. It's going to show our uniqueness in Sonoma County, and we're real proud of it.
That's wonderful. Oh, looks like Lynn wants to jump in.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So we're also looking at, I believe we'll be coming to the board with a community foundation grant that will allow us to expand the education program and throughout Sonoma County, so it's not just the service area. And then we're also applying for a DWR urban water drought program, and that will also provide educational opportunities in the entire county as opposed to just the service area.
That's very exciting. Thank you so much. I would just say that it might be worth, because Regional Parks has really kind of increased their programmatic offerings even in the last year, where they also now have a lot of summer camp opportunities. And if there's even an opportunity to educate their educators, right, and sort of, help provide them and arm them with some information, it might be a neat way to very casually but effectively partner and get that word out, even more. So just food for thought to circle back with Bert. Thank you so much for everything that you do. And Molly, it's so wonderful to see you in your new role.
Can I just add on to that? We know that Sonoma County is very large, and thank you for exploring funding sources for the water education. When we were visiting with you, we were a bit disheartened to realize that there were essentially no students from Sonoma Valley participating. Because of the time it takes to get to the water education and the fact that many of the schools in Sonoma Valley do not have funding for buses. So hopefully you consider that as you're exploring additional revenue and reaching out to the various schools. And we do have a branch of the Community Foundation there that might be tapped to provide some funding and a great educational foundation. So let's figure out how we can spread that experience further. Thank you.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Yep. Excuse me. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the adaptation strategies and just how they go hand in glove with basically good business practices. So I really, to me, it's just like really pulling it all together, doing the right thing, but doing the right thing because it's great for the environment and for combating climate change, but it's also great for the customer and for the agency going forward. So very much appreciate that. I was, and again, whether it was carbon-free water and even launching Sonoma Clean Power. I mean, Sonoma Water has been front and center on many of these issues, and it is greatly appreciated. Ann and I, we had this conversation the other day talking about GSAs, and it goes to the communication piece about whether or not we're in a drought still. And, I think the state technically thinks we still are, but it's really hard to, look at your constituents and say we're in a drought when both of our reservoirs are spilling. And it goes to the challenge, I think, but I think the county is up to it. The residents are up to it, certainly. The challenge of communication going forward, that water is so precious that even when it rains a lot like it does right now, God help us, it could be another 4 or 5 years of a drought afterwards. Just the new patterns that we're going to experience. And I think actually this new, I'll call it a new communication approach, I think would be beneficial for all the other things that this government and all the other local governments in the state are really trying to put forward in terms of climate adaptation, combating greenhouse gas emissions and whatnot, but to really frame it in such a way that it isn't to me it's like no longer the question of drought, no drought. It's really about that constant, this water commodity that we have is a precious commodity that needs to be treated such. So I just thought I'd throw that out there because we did have that conversation the other day, and it goes to ours and the state's credibility. It's hard to say if you look outside or drive through pouring rain to get here that we're still in a drought situation, and I know that it varies throughout the state, but just thought I'd throw that out there. But thank you to both of you for all the work there, and to the entire organization for keeping this front and center, making it a priority, because I feel it's the right thing to do, but it's also the right thing to do for the agency as a business going forward. So thanks.
Thanks. Thank you for this. I wanted to go back to, I think it was Dale. We were talking about how to help people deal with or save water, use water more efficiently at home. There was a gentleman earlier in our public comment session, I think he just left a minute ago, who was asking about gray water. And I know that you're not on the regulatory end of things, but let's help answer his question about why gray water is so difficult to implement in some jurisdictions.
Who can we call from our team to answer that? I'm not quite the gray water expert.
Maybe this is why. Yeah.
Here we go. Magic Mike will take it.
The regulatory end of things is not in the room here.
Yeah. And I know enough to be dangerous on this. So I think there is a lot of interest to gray water. And I understand that there are some, I think, draft guidelines, and I think isn't Permit Sonoma already have some exploratory under certain conditions when they do. But the difficult part of gray water comes down to basic indoor plumbing, and you have to be able to separate your waste streams into appropriate uses and be able to certify that they're safe. So to have some type of a governmental approval of that, I think it takes quite a bit of work to, one, confirm that the plumbing is correct, and then to have it inspected annually.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I know that for a number of years, or until just a few years ago, the city of Santa Rosa had some prohibitions against even using rainwater catchment. Is that an issue in unincorporated Sonoma County?
No, I know those systems are available.
Okay, thank you. Going to go to. Now let's stay with this group just for another minute, because I understand that in 1973, one of the projects that we've talked about today was created over in Supervisor Gorin's district, and that it's celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. And do you know what I'm talking about? Am I correct, or am I
You are correct.
way off base?
No, you're totally correct. Spring Lake Park was created 50 years ago. And so our partners, Regional Parks, who operates the park, is planning a series of kind of celebrations through the year. One of the projects that we're working with them on right now is a new kind of signage project, but I know that they have a variety of different kind of just fun and innovative things that they're planning to do to remind the public that Spring Lake Park is a huge community asset. It's also an important part of our flood control system. So, yeah.
All right. Somebody told me you had a story.
Yeah, that. So it's an interesting story, and this goes back, I think, to the founding, kind of just the innovation that I think marks the water agency. Many, many years ago, the city, well, I was doing some research on Spring Lake Park. Who owned that property originally? Who did we buy it from? We bought it from the city of Santa Rosa, but in the historical journal I found, it said that it was a lawsuit, and which was like, well, that's interesting. What would we in Santa Rosa, besides the obvious, have in common and be in court about? And I thought it was just about price, but it turned out the city really wanted. They had purchased that property from the McCrae family, and they really wanted to turn it into a park, and we wanted it for flood control. And so the city was unwilling to sell it to us because the original plan just had a detention basin that would only be filled in the wintertime when there were floods. And so the judge on the case was trying to mediate before it went to trial. And so he met with Gordon Miller, who was, I think, our first chief engineer, and had heard that he was kind of an upstanding guy and an innovative thinker. And he asked if there was anything could be done. And Gordon Miller said, well, we could dig it deeper, and that would create a year-round lake. And the judge said, well, can you do that? And he said, well, we can, but we don't have the funding to do it. He said, but I heard the state might have some money available. So he talked to the state. In those days, I think it was probably a simple conversation. They said we had some money available to do it. And that allowed us to change Spring Lake from what was going to be called a mud hole to a really year-round regional park. So I thought that was a cool story. That was back in the 1960s.
Back in the days when you could just go out and dig yourself a lake. And that story reminds me of conversations that I've had recently about Matanzas Creek Reservoir. And, other possibilities. Thank you for that. We're going to go to public comment, starting with folks in the chamber. Anybody want to talk to the board of directors about this afternoon's conversation? No one is rising here. Marcy, is there anyone online who would like to make comment on today's activities?
Thank you. If you could please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press star 9 on your phone keypad if you are a phone-in attendee and would like to comment on this item today.
Look at the chair. So I'll come back to you. Yeah.
Thank you. There's one hand raised. Jake.
Thanks for getting that story out to Amazon.
I'll be mercifully brief, directors. This is just to say that, as in the morning, my comment in the afternoon in these discussions on climate activities, Sonoma Water Agency, back in the day, was a leader in this county, a leader in this state, a leader in this country, and advancing policies and making things happen. And I was just reminded by seeing a picture the other day of Randy Poole. Some of you may remember Randy, and the vision that previous boards of supervisors and directors of the agency and the staff of Sonoma County Water Agency obviously continues. And again, a fascinating discussion this afternoon on where you're going, and well done. Thank you.
And thank you. That will conclude public comment.
Thank you. So this has been quite a day. We've learned a lot. We've gotten a lot of questions in and answered. I think that we've got a real good plan going forward on a number of fronts here, and appreciate all the work of the crew of Sonoma Water. Thank you all for spending the day with us as well. I want to let Grant kind of wrap things up. Maybe any particular takeaways from this, and then we can send us on our way.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Coursey and members of the board. I really appreciate you providing us the opportunity today to go deep dive on Sonoma Water core functions. I want to thank the staff, many managers and supervisors that are here today to hear the board deliberations, and it's your hard work and energy that we've been opining about. Those that are also back viewing remotely, I just appreciate it profoundly, the work that you do day in and out 24/7 to keep our water running and make sure that our wastewater is acting accordingly, and all the sanitation work that we've done and stream maintenance and flood that you heard about today, as well as energy and climate adaptation. It's a team effort. This board has consistently supported the water agency to continue pursuing innovation and the acknowledgement, and many of you have taken tours of our system to see the infrastructure that's in need of repair and maintenance. I think that's a take-home message. Some of the other things I might just touch on when Director Gore was talking about sort of a punch list of things, I will just look ahead and comment on a few things that came up and just make sure that the dates are known. We're going to be coming back on April 18th with formal board requests to provide rates for the upcoming fiscal year. That's in process, as you've heard, and that would be something that we're hoping to have support from our Water Advisory Committee. I suspect, unlike in the last decade, we're going to be a little bit above the 6% on our high end, probably closer to 10, to allow us to maintain the type of infrastructure requirements that are so necessary. As I said before, I used to proudly wave the fact in front of the board that we had the lowest wholesale water rates in the Bay Area, maybe the state. That does not prove to be a wise course of strategy if you aren't keeping up with the investments that need to be made. So that's front and center. We'll be back in April. In addition, we're going to be talking about the Central Sonoma watershed as well as Matanzas Creek, and hopefully get board direction to proceed with some level of protection and our work with the USDA Soil Conservation Service NRCS partners on that. We also have an upcoming public policy facilitation meeting that will happen in April. I don't have the date. I don't know, Ann, whether you have the actual date yet or not. Okay, so, but sometime in April, so coming right up, we'll also be talking about the estuary and the hydrologic index that you heard earlier. In May, we have the Prop 218 sanitation rates that come before this board, and will in fact be needing modest rate increases, but they're by districts and zones that we talked about earlier. In October, we're looking at probably revisiting the GSA funding that was offered by the board. We don't have an answer for that. You were able to give us the leeway to run. I'm very, very proud of the fact that we had 3 GSPs approved by the state of California, and you think about there's only 12 of them, and we're 3 of those out of 51. It says something. The whole community came together, and there's been some great staff work and board leadership there. And I want to thank you for your combined contributions and your time and energy on that to make that happen. We also are looking at the possibility of what you heard today about the Water Security Fund. You had a total pot that during last year's budget provided, and I just wanted to sort of give a flavor. We'll be coming back to the board, but what you heard earlier is we have a request into our water contractors and others to support the Russian River Water Forum. We're going after a $2 million grant. If that were to be awarded, that would be money that would allow us to make the local match for that important effort to navigate the upper portions of our watershed. With regard to flood control, you heard about risk assessment study that's likely to come before you again as part of that water security bucket. You heard earlier about Green Valley Road and the desire to come back before you with the Sonoma County Public Infrastructure and the Goldridge RCD and Sonoma Water to look at optimizing that and coming up with a project that could go into feasibility and design. So that's important work that comes out of that same fund. We are also going to be leveraging Zone 5A funds, I think, as a part of that to make that possible. So real progress there. You heard earlier, and we will be coming back on funding for Alexander Valley, some level of feasibility study to identify and assess the water resource management components and the flood control components up in Alexander Valley. In sanitation, we talked earlier, and I don't know if it was understood clearly, but we are looking at disadvantaged communities, and we are looking at helping the Springs area down in Sonoma Valley with a lateral replacement program as part of our smoking operation that we do there, which should help alleviate some additional I&I into our sanitation districts. That's a great opportunity there to invest in the Springs area of Sonoma Valley. And then earlier, you were able to help us secure funding for a position for drought-related work on flood control as well with the Department of Emergency Management. I think those hires are actually currently being proposed right now, and we have one out for bid. So having additional work on the duality of the extremes that we heard about so much today, that the simultaneous drought declarations with simultaneous flood declarations of emergency and the need to manage toward extremes. And I think it was really wise of the board last year to designate some funds to allow us to bring in those key positions to keep us coordination. We made it through the drought, not just by these rains. We made it through because we were planning weekly. Many of you on here, I know David Rabbit was in on the Marin County dialogues of how do we coordinate best with all of our colleagues on drought response. And with another supervisor, Dennis Rodoni down in Marin County, those are ongoing discussions that have emerged as a result of this drought. So really important to come back with that. And then lastly, there's funding we propose to help with recycled water use and Russian River pathogen TMDL is a piece of that you, Director Hopkins, secured last time. And with Molly, Dale, and Ann up there, I would just say that we are looking at the climate adaptation plan as probably our key strategy. I want to congratulate you and our staff for putting that together. When you talk to Mark Fenstermaker out of Sacramento, that plan that you just heard about is probably the roadmap that we start looking at prioritization and making projects get funded based off of hopefully state and federal funding to come. So didn't really get a chance to go into the strategic plan, I admit that, but it's an equally important effort that our entire staff has been involved with, and the board's involvement there helped us prioritize. So we haven't had a chance to do this really ever from modern day sector here, to be with the board of directors of the Sonoma County Water Agency and to have our staff participate and to hear you deliberate and to provide direction and encouragement and ideas. I think we achieved what we were hoping to do today, which was to get a dialogue, set a series of motions of things that we were going to prioritize and be coming back to you for the remainder of the year. I just want to make one shout out to Ann Dubay and her wonderful CAGA group, Community and Government Affairs. I think the main reason this went as well as it did was the thoughtfulness, the videos, the coordination, the vignette about Spring Lake being 50 years. Who knew that? Those are really great work. And so I am profoundly grateful to all the staff, and in particular the board, for giving us this opportunity. And I think we got out of here in a timely way that we promised we would do. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Grant. And thank you all again. Any final thoughts from the board? James?
Yeah, that was way too easy. I'd like to talk about Martial Law 107243 and the 9/11 Truth Campaign, primary water, and for at least 45 minutes. I might just go over there and just start to rally to keep it going. All jokes aside, what a great opportunity. I just want to state that in my mind, we should plan to do this once a year. I know that's always tough on scheduling, but I think it's a little bit of a disservice to us that so many items are treated in a transactional way, the way they come before our board, because it's a one-off. It's a one-off. We don't have an opportunity to really dig into the strategy and really ask the questions. And while this could be a 3-day session, this is a perfect start. And I just hope that we have the opportunity to follow up, because this is really, if we talk about climate resilience, this is the future. This is where it starts and where it ends. So thank you all so much.
Anyone else? Supervisor Abbott.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you to everyone. Repeat that. I think that for me, the water agency has always been good about looking over the horizon, being proactive, thinking of that next obstacle, challenge to meeting it through collaboration, bringing together like-minded people, building coalitions, and the history is there. At the same time, every day, the water has to flow out of the tap. The water needs to go down the other utilities and be treated and everything else. And I just know that I'll speak as one, but I'm sure I speak as for the entire board, and that the support to make sure that we can continue to do both. We can't give up one to do the other or concentrate and way too heavily, because I think they're both uniquely connected. We need to take care of the everyday business at the same time, never stop looking over the horizon, making sure that we're looking out on how we're going to be even more resilient going forward. So thank you for today. Appreciate it.
Thanks again. And we are adjourned.